A very good morning to you all. Welcome to the first lecture of Advanced Financial Management paper of ACCA. I hope all of you are doing well. We are going to be starting the session with a quick introduction about myself, and I want to know about you as well. So let's begin. I'll put up my slides. All right. So I am Anushka Jain. I am a chartered accountant qualified in 2017 in the first attempt, and I cleared ACCA also in the first attempt in 2019. My journey for ACCA was for the professional level. As I was a CA, I was eligible for exemptions. I appeared for the AFM paper first because I just had to appear for the strategic professional papers. Out of six, I chose the first paper as AFM, being one of my core areas, work-wise also, to which I'll come. So I took up AFM, and alongside work, I prepared for the paper. I got all India rank 1 and world rank 2 in the paper. So my, passion for this particular subject and also my work experience helped me to get the rank. The paper went very well and was seen in the results as well. Next, I appeared for SBL and SBR. So this happened in June 2019, the AFM paper. Then in September 2019, I appeared for SBL and SBR. And two papers together, I qualified both of them. And then lastly, in December 19, I qualified in the APM paper, Advanced Performance Management. So with that, my journey for ACCA was completed. And I started coaching ACCA students from 2020 onwards. I've been associated with VGLD for almost 5 years now. And I have taught a lot of batches, a lot of students. I've taught across subjects AFM, APM, FM, and PM. So currently, also we are having 3 batches this time for AFM, FM, and PM. So I'm sure you're going to learn a lot in the batches. I have had world rank 1 and all India rank 1 student in one of the batches. And, so the core subject area which you're going to learn here, it's going to be very precise. Whatever is needed for the exam will be covered in the class itself. So rest assured, if you are following the classes, you're going to be rock solid for the exams. Coming back, so this was my educational journey, my professional educational journey. I have been working since I qualified in 2017 as a CA. So I started my career with Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages in Bangalore. I was there in the company as an internal control manager. And then I moved up to Pernod Ricard, India, more popularly known with its brand names like Seagrams, like Royal Stag. So it's an alcohol company. So from soft liquor, soft beverages, I moved to hard beverages. And then I moved to Flipkart. I worked there for about 2.5 years. And then I got a call back from my previous company, which is Pernod Ricard, and I'm currently working in Pernod Ricard as a regional finance manager, which is head of finance for Northeast operations. So I'm managing the sales finance part of it. So I have been into sales finance, business finance for the career post my Coca-Cola journey. And being in core finance profile, it has, it gives me a lot of perspectives and examples to share with you all in the class so that you're able to relate with the subject more better, right? In a better way. So examples and the experience, and it's really going to help you. And let me tell you, it's not going to be a one-way class. You all are welcome to put in your queries. It could be with respect to the subject area, with the general preparation also. And of course, any doubts while solving the questions or understanding any topic, you are free to ask me. Even while I'm explaining, if you do not understand, ma'am, this is something, can you please repeat? I'm be happy to do that. You just have to be vocal about what your level of understanding is. And if it's fine, it's fine. If it's not, don't shy away that the doubt is too silly, or just don't even give any second thoughts. Feel free to put in your queries. In fact, I really appreciate a good communication in the class. It helps me keep engaged, and I'm able to better relate to you. So please make sure you are also vocal in the class. You can just use the chat box, type in, and I always keep asking whether this is clear, not clear. So you'll get ample time to, get clarity in the class and get your doubts resolved as well. Okay. So on that note, I'll start off and I'll hand over to you. Let me know about yourself. Where are you from? And where are you in the ACCA journey? Is it your first paper, or you have appeared for other papers before? Or if you have taken classes from me before, if you're coming from the FMPM route? And I would also want to know whether you are working, not working, and if you're working, where are you working? Okay. So please let me know about yourself, your city, your educational qualification, and your workings. Hello, Rahul. Rahul is a CA and is working in IFCI. All right. Great. So when did you qualify, Rahul? Oh, a recent pass out. Very good. Good that you're starting off with this international qualification. It will really help you, even if you're not going to plan to move abroad. So I'll come back to this. Even if you're not planning to move abroad, this qualification really gives you an edge. The type of concepts that you learn here and the writing skills that you're going to develop, whether when you're writing reports to the management, to the senior management, this is something which is crucial to grow in the corporate ladder, and it will really, really help you. So I'll come back to this while we are discussing the subject also further. Nikhil is also a CA and currently working with IIFL Capital. All right. And what about you, Deepak? And where are you from, Rahul and Nikhil? Nikhil is from Mumbai. All right. Rahul is from Gurgaon. All right. Deepak is from Ghaziabad, cleared CA, working as finance director in Batik India as an MNC, and attempted SPR in December. All right. And when did you qualify, Deepak? And Rahul, when did you qualify? Sorry, Nikhil, when did you qualify? Okay, Deepak passed out way back. So what brings you back to studies, Deepak? I'm really interested to know. Nikhil also qualified in 2006. All right. So Nikhil, what brings you back? It's really interesting. So I've had a lot of students who had qualified in the past, and they've had very exciting stories to share as to why they are coming back to studies. So I would want to know from you also, like, what brought you back to take up this course? And Nikhil and Rahul, have you attempted any paper of ACCA before, or is it your first paper? All right. Nikhil wants to move abroad. Okay. And Nikhil and Rahul, this is your first paper. All right. And Deepak wants to upgrade himself. Perfect. So, very interesting to know that. And we're going to be starting now on that note. So, this is an orientation session. for the papers, just to bring you up to speed what you're going to expect in this paper. Okay. So let's begin. First things first, what the exam structure is going to be like. So in my class, I consider every one of you having, very basic knowledge of finance. Just I'll be building up on it in a way that everyone can relate to, whether you're a CA, not CA, or having any finance qualification or not. So I keep myself in the way that you don't know much about the concept and basic concepts of finance, that is only there. So with that mindset, keep an open mind, whether you studied many years back or you studied recently. Don't worry, even if you have not been in finance profile in your career, it's going to be perfectly all right. I'm going to be explaining all the topics as if you're doing it for the first time. Okay. So coming back, the exam structure, very important to know, the paper is going to be of 100 marks. Okay. The exams are held quarterly. So currently this batch we are doing is for the March attempt, March 2025, and also June 2025. So the paper, the content that we are going to cover in the class, it's going to be equally valid up to June 2025 paper. But my sincere request would be, if you're taking the classes now, okay, like we are in December now, if you have started so early, make best use of your time and appear for the exam in March itself. Reason is that if you're starting early, you should, you'll be able to give time to it now itself and be ready by March 2025. So do not think of postponing the attempt. Consider March as your attempt, that you are ready with all the preparation. Because what happens is students start studying in the class, but then, with time, as time passes, they give up on the practice also. And then by the time exam date registration comes and they're like, we are not that prepared. So I don't want that to happen to you. Save time and give the exam in March itself. Try for that if possible. And that's how your progress should be. Because it's fresh in your mind. Everything you're going to learn, it's going to be fresh in your mind. So it becomes very easy to, give it back in the exam. So the exam is going to be computer based. Okay. So no longer pen and paper. You have to be accustomed with the computer. And for that, I have one simple request for you all. If you really want to learn in the class, please, please, please log in using your laptops. Do not think that, just by listening on the phone or, that's going to help you. Please log in using your laptop. I'm going to do a lot of exercises with you in the class itself. And for that, we will be needing Excel Word file also, because we're going to be discussing a lot of questions. So please, are you all logged in using your laptops today? Deepak is on, so all of you are on laptop, very good. And in fact, it also gives you much more professional setup for learning, because when you're logged in using a computer, mobile, it gives you a very casual setup and your mind doesn't learn as much. So when you're formally set up, sitting in front of a laptop, you learn better, and also more from the practice perspective, because I want to prepare you for the computer-based exam. It's a little different because we all have been working, solving exams on pen and paper so far in our lives. So now moving to a computer-based exam, it feels like a change. And that change doesn't come overnight, that all the time you have practiced your AFM questions on pen and paper, and the next day you have your exam and you think that you're going to write and type on an exam, on a laptop. So please start from today, practice all your questions, the entire flow of answers in laptop. I'll come back to it more, but just be prepared that whenever I'm giving you homework questions also, you start preparing your answer files for each chapter and solve with each tab being the answer for any question that we solve in the class. So be the class questions also, or be the homework questions, you are having your own Excel version of the solutions, right? So keep that approach. That because why? Because it's completely a computer-based exam. You do not have any option to write with pen and paper. ACCA doesn't. have that option anymore. Earlier it used to be, but no longer. So approach to examining, there is no choice in this exam. All questions have to be answered. So there's not going to be any optional question. It's all going to be whatever is there in the paper, you have to solve to get the marks. Within the questions also, like total, there are going to be 3 questions. We'll come to the breakup. Total, there are going to be 3 questions, and each question is also going to have subparts. There will be no option within the subparts also. Any question which is coming in the paper, it's going to be mandatory. There is no negative marking. All questions should be attempted. No negative marking, all questions. So because why do leave marks in the hope, in the fear that your marks will get deducted? It's not getting deducted. There is no negative marking at all. So whatever you get, whatever you type in the exam, it's either right or not right, but it doesn't get you any negative marks. So please attempt the entire paper. And for that, time management is also going to be very crucial. So we'll cover that also in the today's session, that how you have to manage your time in the exam. Exam duration is of 3 hours, 15 minutes. And pass mark is 50%. You have to get minimum 50 to pass the paper. Are we all clear so far? So exam is of 100 marks. All mandatory questions, you have to use the computer to solve the exam. Exam duration is of 3 hours, 15 minutes. And you have to get a minimum 50% marks to pass the paper. While writing the papers, put yourself in the shoes of a senior financial advisor. Write as if you're going to be, representing to the CFO of the company, maybe to the CEO of the company. So once you start imagining yourself in the shoes, then only, you'll be able to write good quality answers. Do not, think as if you just have to solve the questions with just, numbers and calculations. No, you have to present yourself to the senior authorities, and for that you'll have to prepare reports which you're going to learn in the class. Special focus is there on 2 topics, which is advanced investment appraisal, that you might be popularly knowing as NPV, net present value, a very, very important area in the exam. And second is treasury and advanced risk management. That is your hedging chapter. You'll be learning currency risk hedging and interest rate risk hedging. Okay, so these 2 are special focus areas, very, very important. Mostly you will see questions from any one of these topics in the exam. So mandatorily they will get tested. So anyways, we are going to be learning all the topics, but these 2 are no negotiation points. You have to be crystal clear. In fact, we also do a lot of questions solving in the class also to make you, perfect in these concepts and also the other concepts. Now coming to the breakup of the exam, how it's going to look like. So you're going to have 3 questions, as I said. So 3 questions. Question number 1 will be of 50 marks. And out of these 50 marks, there will be 10 marks for professional marks. I've been telling you so far that this paper prepares you for the real professional world, and you can see that in the mark allocation also. So total overall 20 marks out of 100 marks will be allotted to you for your professional skills, which you're gonna execute in the exam. So you will get questions only for 80 marks. How you write for those 80 marks is gonna carry 20 marks. Okay, so that's called professional marks, and I'll come back to what these are in the upcoming slides. So total marks for the first question is of 50 marks. And out of that, 10 marks will be professional marks. And that is how you're writing for the balance 40 marks. And this is going to be purely a report writing question. You're going to be writing a report to the senior management. So the layout also will be as if you are writing a structured report. So that is question number 1. Second question and third question, they belong to section B in the paper. This was section A, this is section B. They belong to section B. And each of these questions are going to carry 25 marks each. And out of that, 5 marks will belong to professional marks. Okay. Now, a couple of things. First, 50 marks question or 40 mark question and then plus 10 for professional marks does not mean that there will be just one question carrying 40 marks. There will be a breakup of the questions. So subparts, there will be subparts to the question, not just one question of 40 marks or no, not just one question of 20 marks here. There will be a subpart, there will be many subparts to it. Second is that all three questions will be scenario based. All three of them. You'll be given a scenario that this company is in this industry, it is going through this, the CEO wants this, something like that. They'll give you a scenario as if you are in a real business world situation and you have to solve for it. So all three questions will be scenario based. No, just data solve and data and solve type of a question. No, you'll be given a comprehensive scenario with the details of the industry, also what it is doing, what type of business decision has to be taken. So that will be there in all three of these questions. Okay. Are you with me so far? Anyone having any queries, please let me know. Please feel free to use the chat box. If there are no queries, just message me a yes. That gives me a affirmation to move ahead also. And if there are queries, let me know. Go through it, take your time, no hurry. And any aspect that you don't understand, please feel free to ask. Good to go. All right. What about you, Rahul? Able to follow? And Vipkesh has joined us as well. Vipkesh, are you able to follow? All right, good to go. Okay. So on that note, let's move to the next slide. Now, we'll be doing a deep dive into the professional skills. Okay. So there are 4 professional skills which are tested in the exam. And they are communication, commercial acumen, analysis and evaluation, and skepticism. Okay. So what are the 4 skills? Again, you need to remember them. Communication, commercial acumen, analysis and evaluation, and skepticism. You might have heard these terms somewhere in your life, maybe like business acumen, communication, of course, analysis and evaluation, of course, skepticism, that you have to execute professional skepticism while you are doing your work, right? So that all comes back and you get marks for executing these skills in the exam. So let's talk about each one of them one by one. So communication skills. Okay, one thing, everything which you're seeing on screen in the class, all the notes, everything will be shared with you. So no need to take any photo, screenshot. Don't worry about it. You will get it as it is. Okay, so all the notes, anything which is presented, you'll get that. Of course, if you want to make any side notes, you may note that down because I keep telling a lot of extra things. So that you may note down, but otherwise, everything which is being discussed, which is being shown in the class, it will get shared with you. Okay. So communication. First skill is communication. This skill will be tested in section A. So like I told you, there are going to be 2 sections, section A and section B, and this will carry 50 marks, section A. So communication as a skill gets tested in section A, question number 1. And I'll tell you why. Because I told you that section A question is gonna be a report question where you have to prepare a report for the senior management. So how you prepare that report, how you write down that report, it carries communication skill marks. So this will not get tested in section B, not get tested in section C. It gets tested only in section A. Okay, while you are preparing the report. So what you have to do to present or execute or display communication skills? Number 1, inform target audience using clear format. You have to use a clear-cut format in your paper that it clearly articulates whatever you want to convey. Number one. Number two, it has got a structure to it, a heading, introduction, what proper aspect is there that is getting covered in the following paragraphs. There should be headings for that, and we're going to cover how to do that. But yes, format of the report, what all elements you're covering, from whom, what is the subject of the report, date, all of these aspects which you're gonna write down in the paper, it's gonna carry marks. Okay, so the first thing is inform target audience using clear format. Second is persuade with logical argument. Whatever you are writing down, when I say writing down, it means typing out. So whatever you are writing out, that you should be able to convince the other person that this is what it is, and why and how. So it's not like just you'll mention it without giving a feel of why you are doing so. So you have to persuade with logical argument. Let me tell you one thing which is going to be very helpful whenever you write answers, be it for section A, be it for section B. Always your answer should be state a fact at what it is that you want the examiner to know and why it is so. And if possible, how it is so or how it will be done. Just remember this for your entire duration of the paper, because rightly said, AFM is a practical paper, but you have to write proper descriptive answers. And for writing those descriptive answers, you need to know the skill. And what is that? You write a fact and you support it with the why and how of it. That just makes your answer very good. It's very simple trick. Because when you start looking at the answers, the model answers of ACCA, you will feel that, oh my God, I have to write so much. But if you just try to look at it with this lens, that it is a fact supported by the whys and hows, you get relaxed that, okay, I just need to break down my answers in this way. Okay. So first thing is what? Communication. For that, there are marks for clear format. Okay. And you have to persuade with a logical argument. Okay. By mentioning the whys and the hows. Second is commercial acumen, or you might call it as business acumen. That means how aware you are about a particular industry. Now, here, it doesn't mean that you need to know every type of industry which is there in the world. It's not humanly possible. So what you have to do is keep yourself up to date with the business affairs which keep happening in the world, because you are at a professional level. It is expected that you want to keep yourself updated, up to date. Correct? So please keep reading journals, business newspapers. May not help you very, very much directly, but it builds your conscious in a way that you're able to tackle these types of scenarios when they come in the paper. So ACC also publishes a magazine called Student Accountant. You can get the PDF version of it on its website, ACCAGlobal.com. So you can make use of that. So how you are able to display skill, awareness about the business or industry, that is what commercial acumen is or business acumen is. And for gaining marks for this skill, you have to be giving practical considerations. So if you're writing something out in your answer, it shouldn't be something which is not possible. It's very theoretical, just possible in the theoretical world. Don't give answers like that. Display skills that, yes, you are aware of the practicality of things, because that is what is expected of you when you are working in companies. It's not just you have to display your theoretical knowledge. No, you have to solve for problems. And for that, you need to give practical consideration, practical point of view in the answer. Like, what would have been done if this was really being faced in an organization? Second is recognize constraints. What that means is, so always, whenever you're working, I'm sure you have been working for so many years, you will relate to this now, that whenever you are solving for problems, there are some practical constraints. For example, that you have a very good project in hand, but the funding that it needs, that's not available. Okay, so that's a constraint. It's limiting your performance of your duties. So you have to recognize that yes, constraints are there in the real world, and then execute your decisions. Okay, so that you are able to recognize these constraints, that displays your commercial awareness, your real world awareness. And third is awareness of alternative opportunities. There's not always just one way of doing things in finance. Let me be very clear. Any question that we solve, it may not be just the one way to solve it. You may use a different approach, because finance is not an exact science. When you talk about financial reporting or strategy business reporting papers, they are guided by accounting standards, IFRS. But for finance, there is no finance standard as such. There are finance principles which you have to follow. So there are always alternative opportunities available. So that displays your commercial acumen, that if not this, then I could have done this. So that is how you're going to get marks for commercial acumen. If you give out these aspects in your answer, you get marks for commercial acumen. And so in section B questions, minimum 2 skills get tested, maximum 3, because as I told you, communication will get tested in section A only. So out of the remaining 3, section A, it's not just communication skills. Section A question tests all 4. Okay, and section B, it may carry up 2 or 3 professional skills. So that would be out of these 3. 2 or 3 out of these 3. Communication will get tested in section A only, but section A will test all the skills. Communication, commercial acumen, analysis and evaluation, and skepticism. Okay. So coming back, we have covered communication, we have covered commercial acumen. The third one is analysis and evaluation. So you have to consider the meaning of data. It's not just about solving, I'll keep telling this to you, and of course you'll get used to it. It's not just about solving questions, it is about interpreting the data that you do in real world also. Do you just go to the CFO with the report that, okay, you do the analysis on your own? No, you do that analysis. You evaluate the proposal. That's what you have to do in this paper also. Consider the meaning of data. Assess the impact on different stakeholders, including shareholders. Because please understand, whenever you're running a profit company, you're doing it for the shareholders. Of course, there are some other stakeholders also, very important stakeholders, like, can you give me examples of stakeholders? Other than shareholders, who all are the stakeholders in the company? Employees, correct. Bankers or finance providers, perfect. Creditors, correct. Government is also a stakeholder, perfect. So yes, you have rightly covered it. Our customers also are our stakeholders. So there are different stakeholders a company have. So when you are taking a decision, you have to take the decision in the light of what impact it will create on the different stakeholders. So maybe you're doing cost cutting in the organization, and just to bring up profitability. So yes, you're doing good for the shareholders, but you are not doing fair to the employees, right? So you have to assess the impact of every decision on the different stakeholders of the company, not just be focused on shareholders. You have to be comprehensive in your approach. Of course, shareholders, they invested their money in the company, so of course they have the topmost priority. But having that mindset that, okay, this decision is going to create so much impact on these different people, that is something that should come out in your answers. Then apply analysis to the company. So like I was mentioning, you have to analyze the data and state the facts. And then, of course, as I told you, not just the fact and why and how of it. That is analysis and evaluation skill. The last skill is skepticism. You have to have questioning mind. Just don't being in the finance profile, if you do not have a questioning mind, then you're in for a soup. Because you have to be very strong-minded when it comes to finance. You just do not accept whatever is being told to you. You have to question why. Okay, and I'm sure if you're working in the corporates, you would have done that so far, somewhere in your careers. Like, why should I do this? Why do I accept this point of view? It's not, for me, it's not possible. When you have a constructive argument with that person, correct? So you have to have a questioning mind, question the validity of approach. So, for example, if someone wants to, okay, let's now come back to the core area subject. To give you a specific example, you're doing NPV computation and you incurred marketing cost to understand whether the project is going to be feasible or not. Before you started off the project, you did market research cost. And you, as finance professional, you're going to learn that in the class that you do not deduct this expenditure while computing the NPV because it is a sunk cost. But someone is telling you, maybe your senior or maybe the CEO of the company is telling you, why, I mean, marketing cost is a cost. You should deduct it. So if someone is telling you something, you have to question the validity. Just because the CEO is telling you this, you don't do it. Question the validity of approaches. Challenge opinions with a very firm view, with a very supporting arguments, of course. Don't just say why and how to everything. If you have arguments to support your question, then do it. Challenge the opinions. And last is identify new information needed. So it will happen in a lot of the questions that you solve. For example, you are doing, again, to relate with you better, you're doing a question on NPV and same sales selling price per unit is being considered for 4 years. But do you really think the price of the product is going to be the same for so many years? There will be inflation, but inflation data is not given in the question. So this point should come out in your answer that the information relating to inflation was not available. However, this could, make the analysis, the NPV analysis much more better. Just giving you some example points. So this type of a argument should also come out, and that will give you marks for skepticism, that you are having a questioning attitude, and also for something which is given, you can have a questioning attitude. For something which is not given, also you're able to recognize that, okay, this should have been there. Right? So these are the 4 professional skills. Please take 2 minutes, read through the points, and tell me if you're able to follow, if it's good to go. Then we'll move to the next slide, or if you have any queries, we'll discuss that. Go through it. All right, clear. Perfect. So let's move to the next slide. Now, what you need to do to pass the paper First thing is the trainings from VGLD. So the book which you're going to use in the class, it's a VGLD publication. It is comprehensive. It covers all the aspects of the syllabus area. So please, let's just stick to one book across our preparation, because I tell you what happens. A lot of the students, they have the habit of studying from multiple books. They'll study from X book, also like, so for example, if you're talking about the VGLD publication, they'll study from VGLD also, they'll study from BPP also, they'll study from Kaplan also, then they'll study from some private publication of different institutes. I would really suggest, if you are clear on your concepts, even one book is more than enough. And practically, I'll tell you, I followed this across my educational journey. So I have always been a very studious student. So, it really helps you just because you're focused on one thing. When you go through multiple books, I'll tell you what happens when you go through multiple books is that different books, they follow different methodologies to solve the questions. Okay. And when you do that, you get confused that, okay, ma'am did this, then BBP did this, Kaplan did this. It gets so confusing that a very basic concept, it starts looking confusing. So stick to one material. Okay, we are going to be covering the VGL publication in the class, and wherever needed, I will only punch in more questions for you. I'll give you those questions for solving. If from wherever, maybe from the recent exams or wherever, I'll give you those questions. So you don't have to worry, like, I'm missing out something. The book is very comprehensive. We have had batches on it, and it's giving good results. So use VGL book, the trainings from the tutors, which is me. I'm going to be there in your preparation journey end to end. So we're going to be doing our regular classes. So classes is on weekends, Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. We'll be giving a break for you. Don't think that it's like going to be in one stretch the entire class. We'll take a break between some 9:30 for 20 minutes. You also eat your breakfast, refresh yourself, and then be back. So, you know how it is going to be, 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. We'll give you a break for 20 minutes around 9:30 somewhere. And then also, so this is a regular class schedule. I will also be scheduling some tests just so that you are updated with the content. It doesn't feel like you're just studying and then you prepare for the exam towards the end. That is not how it should be. So I'll also set up tests for you. Okay, but for that, I'll need some extra time, maybe in the second half. On Sundays only, I keep the test. So, apart from your regular preparation during the day, which will be your class content, I might keep some tests. I try to keep at least 2 tests for the students each batch. That, it helps you, because whatever course we're going to cover, we'll cover the questions on that aspect. And the best thing is you study for that. Of course, no one wants to do bad in the tests or the exams. So whenever you will prepare for those tests, your concepts get revised. And while doing so, if you get doubts, you can reach out to me. It doesn't have to be like you keep studying and on the last day again, when the course is over in the class, you start your preparation. It shouldn't be like that. Then you won't have a lot of time in hand. So what we'll be doing is regular classes, and I'll try to put in tests when I feel that it is now a good time, that we have covered some good amount of course areas. I will set up tests for you. So make sure after we are done with the class, it's not over here. You spend some time at home going through the concepts, going through the content, and also solving questions on it. So there are chapter specific questions in the VGLD book. Have you got your copies of the VGLD book as of now? All of you? Rahul has got it. Nikhil and Dipesh have not got it. Okay. What about you, Deepak? Have you got it? You've received BPP. When did you register for the batch? Because BPP we're currently not following. Have you registered recently or have you registered sometime back? Just 2 days back and you're getting BPP. You've got it from, have you got it from the VGLD team? The BPP book, or you've got it on your own? All right. I'll just note down 1 second. So you registered in October. Okay, so I've just messaged your concern to Sandeep. So Sandeep answers from the admin side. Um, so you'll get his number in the WhatsApp group also. I hope all of you are added to the WhatsApp group. So there is a WhatsApp group for the students. Okay, so please reach out to Sandeep. Dipkesh, you're not added. So have you registered for the batch, Dipkesh? And others also please confirm if you're added to the WhatsApp group because a lot of important communication goes out in the group also. So once you register for the batch, you will be enrolled in the WhatsApp group also. If you have already registered, please reach out to Sandeep to get yourself added in the latest WhatsApp group. And also for your copy of the VGLD publication, we are not going to be using BPP. In the latest batches, we have been covering the VGLD publication. Okay. So please reach out to him. And until the physical copy is received, you can ask for a digital version also. Okay. So just sort this out after the class. Okay. And if you face any issues, please let me know. I will also contact the team. I've also already noted down the concern for this aspect, getting the BPP book. Otherwise, also any concern relating to the admin aspect, please reach out to Sandeep. He'll help you. Okay, so coming back, what are the resources that you need to pass the paper? So we are doing classes Saturday, Sunday, 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we're going to be having about 21 to 21 lectures, 21 to 22 lectures. And we're going to be doing the content. We'll try to, complete our syllabus by the mid of February. Okay. So I'll just come to the ACCA website and I'll show you a couple of things. So this is the website ACCAglobal.com and I'll show you. A few things I have to show you from here, and also the ACCA exam timetable. You can also Google it. So exam timetables, just go to this link. So we are covering the exam for March 2025 and AFM always happen. So exams always happen in the first complete week of the exam month. So what are the exam months? March, June, September, and December. Okay, March, June, September, and December. These are the exam months. As I told you, the exams are held quarterly. So in the exam month, whichever is the first complete week, the exams are done on those 5 days, and AFM always happens on Friday. Okay, so your exam will be on 7th of March. Please note down this date. For March 2025, your exam is going to be on 7th of March, which is a Friday. Okay, and if you're appearing in June 2025, your exam is going to be on 6th June. Okay, again, Friday only. So 6th June, Friday, Advanced Financial Management, which you can see over here. Okay, so exams are on 7th of March, and we will be trying to complete the syllabus 14th or 15th of Feb, or if needed, because sometimes, of course, the class progress depends on how the students are able to understand if they get queries and all. So max to max by 21st to 22nd, okay, of February. And we'll be run by that, and we'll be doing some doubt classes also after that. And of course, whatever doubts you get during the class, you can get them resolved in the class itself. You don't have to wait for the doubt classes. But just to tell you how the classes are structured, that we'll be completing our syllabus by 14th, 15th, or max 21st to 22nd, depending on the progress of the class. And we'll be keeping some doubt classes also for you after you are done with your classes. So as I told you, you will get till the end, whatever support you need, you will have me for guiding you there. Any doubts that you get after even the syllabus is over, we'll keep necessary classes and get them resolved. Right? So coming back to the PPT. Okay, so I've got a question. Deepak says, how many hours are required on a daily basis? My suggestion would be, see, in the initial few lectures now, like till 3, 4 lectures, it will be very free flow, very easy. So you may not give as much time now, but generally what I suggest to the students, so you are going to be having 5-hour training on Saturday and Sunday. And other than that, during the week, I would suggest take out some 2 hours on a daily basis just to revise the concepts and solve questions, because there are a lot of questions in the VGLD book. Solve those topic specific questions in your own Excel. As I told you, you'll be creating your own Excel file for each chapter. Solve those questions. Okay. And that is possible only if you're able to devote 2 hours on a minimum. If more, good. But I know all of you are working professionals. I'm not asking a lot of out of you. Just 2 hours, maybe in the morning if you are an early person, or if you would want to practice during the evenings after your work is done. Take out some time. Sit with the laptop, go through the notes and practice the questions. It's just that much if you're able to do, and do it regularly, not once in a while. Okay, today is a good day and sit down today. Not like that. Be diligent, be regular. That's all that you need to do. It will be enough for you to pass the paper along with your normal work. Because I also did it like that. I was also working full time while I appeared for the papers, and it is possible to do that and get really, really good marks. Okay. So how many hours, if you ask me? 5-hour trainings on the weekends and 2 hours each during the week. Also, if you're not able to give enough time, or if you feel, because it's very specific to the student, maybe some students are very fast catchers. If your fast catch is good, if you're not able to complete your entire question solving in that much time, you can utilize the time over the weekends. You can give some extra time during the weekends to complete whatever is left out. Right? So that should be our approach, not a lot, just enough 2 hours. It will help you to pass the papers. And of course, when the exam time comes, you can increase these hours. Okay, maybe 1 week, 10 days, 15 days before the exam, after the syllabus is over and you are on your own to practice. So you can use this time more. One more thing which I want to share with you is going to be your preparation strategy. This is aside from the trainings. What you should do is, plan for 3 complete rounds question practice, all the question practice. And how to do that, because if you whoever has got the book, I'll also show you the book. It's a voluminous book. So how will 3 rounds of question practice happen in just 2.5, 3 months? So I'll tell you how. First round of your question solving will happen along with the classes. Okay. After each chapter is done, I may not repeat this after every chapter, but do it as a deemed requirement. After every chapter is done, please go back to the back of the book where chapter-wise questions are given to you. Solve all the questions from that chapter. Chapter complete in the class, you go back and solve all the questions from the particular chapter. Okay. And this you will do alongside the classes. Okay, so first round of the entire VGLD publication you completed with the classes. Okay, and of course you are revising the concepts also, not just the question practice, but you're also revising the concept from the main content of the book. So that's going to be your first round, and that takes the maximum of time, because you're going to go slow, you're going to be making mistakes in this first round. Kids, no one gets all the answers right in the first attempt, so don't get bogged down, because a lot of students later, when they're doing the video batch also, they'll come back to ma'am, I was not able to solve any question. It's okay, because you're learning the concepts for the first time. It is okay to make mistakes. So this first attempt will take a lot of time. And what you should do while you are solving the questions in your first round is that you note down those questions where you struggled a lot. You were not able to crack some point of it, or maybe completely. Mark those questions or maybe note down those questions in some Excel file that these are the questions I need to redo. I need to redo in my second preparation. Because when you're doing the first round, some questions you'll be like, okay, I understood the concept in the class, I was able to solve on my own. I don't need special efforts for it again. But there were some questions which were, okay, either so complicated or there will be some very good questions also. I'll also try to take up some good questions in the class, but again, while you are solving, you might find some question very good that this was a very comprehensive question. All the concepts from the topic got tested here. So let me just highlight this. I'll redo it again. So this should be your approach while you're doing your first round of question solving, that you note down those questions which were either too complicated or were too good, right? And after the syllabus is over, then 1 week, again, that you're going to redo those questions which you have marked. 1 week, 10 days, you redo those questions which you marked in the first attempt. Okay. And then the third round, in the second round also, what you'll do, again, when you were solving these questions in the second round, you again made mistakes in some of them. Still, you were not able to crack it. At that time, you mark those questions for the third round. And it will be limited to very few questions, maybe 20, 30, 40. Maximum that, not more than that. So that would be the number of questions you leave aside for the third round, which you're going to do just before the exam. That if I do not look at this answer before exam, I'll not be able to do it because it's that difficult. Not many questions will be of that category because if your concepts are clear, second round itself, you'll be able to wrap up most of the questions. Still, if you have doubts, no problem, write it down and do it before the exam. Or you may just, summarize on few very good questions during the second round that I'll do this before the exam. If I do it, my concept will get revised and I'll be able to attempt any question which comes from this topic. Okay. So that's going to be your round 1, 2, and 3 of the VGLD book. Okay. So round 1, along with the classes, make sure you do that and you do not keep things for the last. It will become a very panicky situation that I've not done it and now I'll not be able to appear for the exam. Please don't let that situation arise. Do all the question solving along with the classes. And any day when you're solving the question, you're not able to do it. Just note down the question number. Next class, whenever we meet over the weekends, just put it to me in the chat box. I will take up that question. I do not take doubts towards the end of the syllabus is over. No, I want to resolve all your doubts along with the classes. So now note down just during the practice time, just note down the question number and I'll get back. Just tell it to me when we do the classes and we'll do the question solving in the class also. Okay. So when you're doing the questions along with the classes, this is also an added benefit that you get the query resolution done immediately. You don't have to wait. Okay. So this is the first aspect that you need to be very, very clear about. Trainings from VGLD. You do the classes. We also do the tests and try to keep minimum 2 tests for you. And if needed, I'll keep 1 more. But this is to keep you updated with the content, that you do not have a very laid back approach that, okay, it is done in the class, I'll do it again later. Not that. Attempt these tests. It's really, really helped the students. I've got requests from the students later on that, please keep 1 more test. So it really will help you if you are diligent and dedicated towards the preparation. And of course, the question solving. So that constitutes your trainings from VGLD. And we'll keep doubt classes towards the end. And also, and I'll come back to this later, but not very much needed today. We will be doing mock exam also. 1 mock exam I'll cover with you in the class, and that's gonna be pre-March 2025 paper. What this is, I'll explain to you. Every quarter, right before the exam, some 15-20 days before the exam, ACCA releases a mock exam. Okay. And where it is released, all of that I'll tell you. ACCA releases a mock exam, a proper 100-mark question paper, and we will be solving that paper in the class. Okay, we'll be taking some past papers also in the class. That is also released by ACCA, so we'll do that. So rest assured, we do a lot of practice. It's just what is needed from you is revision. where you have to devote time at home. Okay, so trainings from VGLD, it comprises of all of these things. Then next is ACCA Study Hub. So let me show you some things now. So what you have to do is go to ACCA Study Hub. Just type it out along with me so that you can also log in. Go and type on your browser ACCA Study Hub. Let me know when you're there. ACCA Study Hub. And you'll get this first link over here from accglobal.com. Just check this out. And let me know if you've reached this page. Just scroll down on the link and you'll see this. The ACCA Study Hub is available now. Let me know if you have come to here. Please let me know whenever you're there. Done. Deepak is done. Others, Dipkesh, Nikhil is also there. Rahul and Dipkesh, can you please also confirm? Like if you're here, on this page. Done. All right, perfect. So now what you have to do is click on alternate login. Click on alternate login. And it will make you land on this page. Sign into my ACCA. Here you have to put in your username and password. Have you got your username and password for my ACCA account? All of you? Yes? Dipkesh has not got it. Nikhil has got it. Deepak has got it. So Dipkesh, I think you registered yesterday only, na? So maybe you have not got it. Please again reach out to Sandeep. Registration must be in progress. So they will give you the username and password for your My ACCA account. Very, very useful. So if you have not gotten your username and password, just look at what I'm doing on the screen. And of course, you can do it later when you get access to your username and password. Others, those who have the username and password, just follow the steps on your laptop also. So click on sign into My ACCA. Enter your username and password and click on sign into My ACCA. And I've already picked up the paper, so I'm seeing it here. But for you, if you just go to not yet started tab, for you, the paper would be coming here. Click on this not yet started, and you will see a picture, a thumbnail like this for exams from September 2024 to June 2025 AFM. Please confirm if you're able to see this. You will see this in your not yet started tab. Deepak is able to see it. Rahul, Nikhil. Yes? So you have to click on study. Click on study. Once you do it from the not yet started tab, it starts showing in your dashboard. Whenever you log in, it will start showing on the first screen only. So you'll be able to see it on the dashboard. Click on study. It will take some time to load. Okay, and you will see this. So chapter wise content is given to you, but content we will cover from the VGLD book only. Why I have made you log in over here is to look at a few things. Quizzes. After every chapter is done, you can do question answer solving from here also. Some small questions will be there. I'll just show you. Very, very basic. Which of the following is an indicator that the company is failing to maximize shareholder wealth? You have to select out of these four. So let's say I've done this. Randomly, I'm just putting the answers. What types of risk? So randomly, let's just select it. These types of questions. Very topic specific, chapter specific. After every chapter is done, you can solve questions from here. The quizzes. Okay. And you get your answers also. Once you're done with the entire quiz, confirm it. And then you click on review all. Once you're done with the paper, you click on review all and you get the answers here. What is the correct answer? So I selected D. So that was incorrect. So they're telling that the correct answer is this and whatever is the explanation. Okay, then if you just go to second one I was marking correctly. So they're telling that this is the correct answer. Business risk is driven by operational gearing, not financial gearing. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you can go through this part, quizzes. You can attempt chapter-wise quizzes. Then questions also not needed from here. They are already covered in the book. So no need to go through these questions here. It's done. And one more thing is the flashcards. So this is something which you can do is you go to the flashcards aspect and you click on view list. So all the key terms which you're going to be needing for your ACCA AFM preparation, they are given here. And very, very short, sweet explanations. Like, for example, what is money laundering? Concealing, disguising, converting, transferring, or removing criminal property. So these one-liner or very small explanations for each of the topics. So let's say you're going to be learning this sensitivity analysis. So the analysis of changes made to significant variables to determine their effect on a planned course of action. So what you have to do is you can take out a printout of this. Okay, just click on print. After you have clicked on view list, you can click on print and a PDF version that will open up. Okay, so flashcards, you can save it. Okay, and what you should do is take out a printout of this particular file and you can put it up on your study table because key terms, it will also help you to frame good answers in section A, section B. So it will help you to frame good quality answers because the way in which they've explained these small things, maybe like business risk. What is business? All of this you're going to study in the class. Don't worry about it. It's nothing that you have to memorize. I don't want you to memorize anything. It's just that when you keep seeing these important terms on a regular basis, your mind will start registering it better. And just that is the intent. No need to memorize anything. Just take a printout of this particular file and put it up on your study table. That is something that you can do out of this. And of course, the quizzes which I've mentioned, you can attempt the quizzes from here. Okay. So that is about the ACCA Study Hub. That was the second resource. The third resource is the ACCA CBE Practice Platform. And let me tell you what that is. Again, do it along with me. Go open a new tab, type in ACCA Practice Platform. Please type this out. ACCA Practice Platform. Click enter. And look at this, past exams and question practice. And one more thing you can do is you can bookmark these sites so that you don't have to follow the long process of going to Google. You can just bookmark these sites. It will be helpful. So click on this, past exams and question practice, whichever is coming as the first link now from ACCA Global. Let's click on that. And then One second. And they have changed the this. You should be able to see this. Please check. Resources. Are you able to see it on the link? Resources log into the practice platform. Everyone, please confirm. Yes. So what you do is click on this, log into the practice platform. It got logged in for me automatically because I was logged into the study hub. So it logged me in directly, but it may ask you your email ID and then later your login credentials, which will be the same as your My ACCA account. Same login credentials. If it asks you, just put that and you will be able to see the screen. Please confirm if you're able to see it. This is the logged in version. In case you might not be able to see it because you do not have your login credentials. Others should be able to see it. Yeah. Okay. So now what you have to do is you'll see subject wise tabs over here. So click on advanced financial management and then you click on ACCA official resources. So here you will be able to see past exam library, past papers, all of them over here from 21 onwards. So this is March, June. So they do not give it for each quarter. They club it. They club the questions of two attempts together in one paper. So this is March, June 2021, then September, December 2021. Like that, you'll get for a lot of attempts over here. Okay. So that is the past exam library. And you will also see now if you just click on minus over here and again open this one up. Practice exams, click on plus. You'll be able to see some practice exams over here. In addition to the past exams, there are some practice exams given to you, and one of which you're going to see here is AFM pre-December 2024 mock exam. So as I was telling you, every quarter before the exam, ACCA releases a mock paper, and this paper, it belonged to the December exam, which just concluded yesterday. Okay. So AFM pre-December 24 mock exam, you can see these papers over here, and you can practice from here also. Most of the past papers are covered. Maybe the latest ones are not covered in the VGLD book, but I'll cover that in the class, don't worry. So you can click on assign. I'm just telling you how to use it. If you click on assign, let's say I am opening up this one, March, June 2024 paper. Okay. Click on assign. And you will see a tab opening up over here. Look at this self-assigned material. If you click on assign here, you'll be seeing a tab opening up as AFM past and practice exams. Just click on that and you click on this AFM March June 2024. You can click on start. Please tell me if you're with me so far. If anyone is left back, let me know. I'll wait for you. Rahul, Nikhil, Dipkesh, you might not be able to do it now, but you can do it later when you get your login credentials. Just please confirm to me. Yeah. So now you click on start button here. When you click on start button, you will see some introduction, some instructions sheet. You can just get past it. Click on next, 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 next. Scroll down and next. And this will now open up. Exam summary. Time allowed. Here you do not have allotted time, but in exam you will get how much? 3 hours and 15 minutes. So exam will be timed 3 hours and 15 minutes. So section A, as I was telling you, one question worth 50 marks. And section B, 2 questions worth 25 marks each. This is one of the past papers, okay? Now, if you click on next, so this is section A now. So section A, if you just click next again, and you can see this question, Mahoney Company. This is how it will look like in exam also. So, Mahoney Company, they have given you different exhibits just to show you one proper question. Mahoney Company. So this is the type of exhibit which will come. So as I was telling you, they'll give you a complete scenario. Look at this. Mahoney Company is a listed holding company based in the Eurozone. The company and its subsidiaries specialize in large-scale infrastructure projects around the world. Mahoney Company's board is due to review and investment appraisals. So I told you now, investment appraisal and the hedging chapter is very, very important. This question, just look at this. They're going to review an investment proposal after being invited to work on a regeneration project by the government of Amasia. The objective of the project is to significantly improve the capacity of Amasia's largest shipping port. So just look at this. They are into infrastructure projects. Now they have got a project for largest shipping port development. Okay. So in this way, they will give you the questions. And this is the entire exhibit. I'm not reading through it completely right now. You'll not be able to relate to it much. But look at this. This is exhibit 1. Then exhibit 2. Some data is there. And this is from your currency risk hedging chapter. We'll be learning this. Okay. So a lot of financial data is given in this particular exhibit. Exhibit 2. Then third is divestment of Oliver Company. Again, some more data. Okay. Then fourth exhibit, some more data. So you can see it's gonna be a long question. Question reading itself will take a lot of time. Are you able to follow me? Just look at this. Opening up the fourth exhibit here. So like that, you have 4 exhibits, a lot of data points, a lot of long statements. So you have to be very, very careful when you're reading the paper. Highlight the important things. So you can highlight, for example, you want to highlight this investment cost of $1,800 million. Just select this and click on, or you can just click on highlights. 1 second. Yeah. You can click on highlights. So once you've selected the color, you can just repeat the highlight step. Select it, whatever. Just giving you example. So you have, you can highlight important things while you're reading the exhibits because it's gonna be a long one. So rereading it won't be possible in exam. So be very careful when you're reading the exhibits. Go slow. Do not hurry when you're reading the exhibit because you might miss out on important things. Okay. And then comes the requirements. So look at the requirement list here. A long, long question. So look at this. Explain why countries might impose protectionist measures on imports and the possible economic benefits if Amasia forms a custom union with its neighboring countries. Carries 7 marks. Okay. Then prepare a report for the board of directors of Mahoney Company. As I told you, there will be a report preparation in the first question. You have to prepare a report for the board of directors of the company. And then here, see, look at this. This was a purely theoretical question. You have to explain why countries do this and that. Here, calculates the impact. So this is a practical question. Calculates the impact. Again, this is a practical question. Calculates the results of using forward and futures markets. So that is the hedging chapter. Then briefly discusses. Are you observing these words? Calculates, discusses. Here it was explain why. These are called question verbs. And I'll come back to it again in some upcoming slides. These are very important to notice. What is the question asking you to do? Okay, discusses this and that, and compares the NPV in whatever they're asking. So it's a mix. You will see that the question, the report which they've asked you to prepare, it's a mix of theory and practical. And the entire paper, let me tell you very, very clearly on the day one itself, there will be about 50-50 split of theory and practical questions. And theory is not just repeating, some memorizing stuff and repeating in the exam. It's not like that. It's very practical oriented theory. Like, look at this. Why countries might impose protectionist measures on imports. And similarly, here, for the company, whether the forward or future market cover would be better to choice, would be a better choice to hedge the company's disposal proceeds. So very practical oriented theory, not to memorize point by point and then repeating an exam. It's not like that. You have to be cognizant of the fact that it's not just practical questions that you're going to get in exam. It's going to be a mix, almost like a 50-50 mix. Okay. And then again, discuss using the results from part 4 above. So whatever you have computed over here, then you discuss about it. What you have to discuss? Whether the currency swap or currency option would be better, the assumptions made, then whether the regeneration project should be undertaken. So you have to discuss on these points using the calculations you have done. Okay. And then, as I was telling you, professional marks will be awarded for the demonstration of the skill in communication. As I told you, communication will always be there in section A. Analysis and evaluation, skepticism, and commercial acumen in your answer. All the 4 scales got tested, and it's carrying 10 marks. Okay, this is what you'll have to solve for. And I was telling you there are going to be parts to the question. This is how it's going to look like. 7, 7, 6, 5, 7. And this is not specified. How many subparts will there be for every question? That is not specified. It varies from question to question. Okay. So this is the question, the requirements. Now, how your response option are going to look like. Let's cover that also. So you're going to get mostly, you're going to get 2 types of answer scripts. One is going to be a word processor and second is a spreadsheet. But here you're seeing one more response option, and that is BSOP calculator. And I must say, I really, really praise ACCA for this. That it shows that they do not want the students to be mugging up things or formula, which in real life you can easily Google. So BSOP was a concept. It has been a concept in the AFM paper for a very long time, and it used to involve a lot of complicated calculations. Okay, so what they did, if you just look up the formula bar over here, you will see the complicated calculations being done inside cells, right? And I've not put it. You'll be able to see it on your login also. I've not put it. It's there already. Norms dist, then again norms dist, again some complicated equations. Look at this. Exponential power also. So there was a time when I used to teach these things, formula drafting to the students. But then it's been a long time now, about 2 to 3 years now, that what ACCA did is that they put up this calculator for you, that you do not have to frame these formula anymore. If you put the values over here in these 5 cells correctly, the answers will come to you automatically. Let me just show it to you. I'm putting random numbers for the time being. Look at this. I completed putting the numbers in all 5 cells and it gave me the results. And you can use these results, whatever value you want to use. You can use these numbers. This is value of a call. This is value of a put. You're going to learn all of that. So value of the call, if you want to use in your answer, if you have put in your variables correctly, these 5 variables, the value of call will definitely come correctly and you can use it while writing your answer. So this BSOP calculator is also submitted to the examiner. So make sure you put your variables correctly. And whatever value you want to use from here, you can use that. And how to use that, I'll show you that also. So this is a BSOP calculator and it will be given to you only if the question includes a topic of BISOP. Let me just show you one more thing. I'll go to the next question. I'll come back to this again. If I go to the next question, section B, question number 1. Here also BISOP is getting tested, so they have given this BISOP calculator. Let's move to the third question. Here, if you see, there are just 2 response options. So here they have not given BISOP calculator. BISOP calculator will be given to you only if the question is testing you for that topic. If it is not including any topic of BISOP, then they will not give you that calculator. Only 2 response options will be there, and that is word processor and spreadsheet. Okay, I'll come back to the first question now. Yeah, so this was the first response option, topic specific only. Then this is word processor. So this is similar to your MS Word, but a very, very basic version of MS Word. You can type in your answer here. This is the first AFM class. Okay, you can type in your answers here, whatever is the theory part of it. So let's say you are doing part A of the question, because if you go back, see, part A of the question was a purely theoretical question. So if you're doing part A, and also let me tell you one thing, you can copy from here. So I just selected the statement. I'm pressing Control C on my laptop. I cross this and I go here and I press Control V. Look at it, it just got copy pasted. So if you want to copy paste something, you can do it within the paper. It allows you that. So what I recommend to my students is to make use of this. Let me tell you how. So part A, give headings like this: explanation why countries might impose protectionist measures on imports. Make it a colon, make it bold. You can press Control B, or you can just click on this also. Explanation why countries might impose protectionist measures on imports and the possible economic benefits if AMESIA forms a custom union. So what you can do here is, one more very important thing, is solve it in parts if possible, because it's having an and. It is having a connector. And I'll tell you something, students, they always make this mistake and they do not even consider what is given after the connector. So what you can do is explanation why countries might impose protectionist measures, and then you can write down your answers. So point number 1, to protect, I'm writing very basic points too. You do not have to write like that. We'll be discussing this. To protect domestic industries. Okay. And then you elaborate on it. Okay. Whatever you want to write, you write that down. And then same question only. Again, giving a heading. After you've written down a few points, second point, you can also do a numbered list here. You don't have to write down 1 and 2. You can do a numbered list like this. Okay, you can do a numbered list. And then again a heading. Again a heading. The possible economic benefits if AMESIA forms a custom union with its neighboring countries. So give a colon here. And then you can write down the answer, whatever you want to write. Okay. So in this way, you can copy from the question and make it heading. Make it a heading. So it just makes your answer so good, and it helps you save your time also. You're not typing it out. And you make use of the word file for your theory question. So after this is done. So for example, now let me come back to the requirements again. So part B, first and second, these are calculation based questions. So you do not have to do that in the word file. For that, you have the spreadsheet. So what I'll do is, I'll give a heading here, B, and 1. So I'll do the calculation. So calculation of the impact of intra-group cash flow. So here also I can copy paste if I want. So that's I've done copy, and I open this again, paste. So calculates the impact. This I will put as a heading. I'll convert it into a heading. How? Calculation of the impact of the intra-group cash flows if multilateral netting is used. This becomes my heading to the answer. Now I will try to solve it. Okay. Then B1 I will solve here. Again, B2 I will solve in the spreadsheet because it involves calculation. Then third one briefly discusses. So what I will do in my Word file is I'll make B, and then this will be a report. I'll be discussing all of this later when we do the topics in detail. So let's say report to the board of directors of M company. Subject, introduction, then part 3, because I'm covering B, I've already written part 3. I'm covering part 3 over here. So I will write discussion on this aspect. So discussion on, let's say this, copied, selected, copied. I come back here. Discussion I'll not write this. Discussion on the advantages and disadvantages of the policy to settle group policy balances. I write this, and then I can write about, I'll remove the bold here. The advantages are as follows. And again, you can write point wise or you can write paragraph wise, whatever suits you. Okay, the advantages are as follows, and then the disadvantages are as follows. So this is the way you will have to write your answer. I've covered part A here, then giving proper heading, I've covered part B. So if a question involves practical solving, then you go to spreadsheet. If it involves theoretical answer solving, you solve it in the word processor by giving proper headings, and please relate to the question numbering properly. Part B, here I'm doing discussion of part 3. B and 3. Okay. So this is the way you will have to solve in exam. Please tell me, are you with me so far? Are you able to understand the use of DISOP calculator? Concept you will learn later, but it will be given to you only if the question is asking you that topic. Then the two main files are your word processor and the spreadsheet. All right, all of you with me so far? Perfect. And very, very important is to know that copy paste works, and you can make the best use of it by making them headings. It really gives the examiner a very, even when you're looking at this, you're getting a clear-cut picture now that this part is being discussed here. It's in bold. And then explanation, whatever I have to write, I'm writing it here because I'm telling you these things because it carries marks. It does carry marks. So follow these things, that you give proper heading, then write down your answer. Give very precise, crisp answers. That doesn't mean you just write in such small things. Please do not consider this as a benchmark for your answers. I'm just writing to explain to you. But you have to write descriptive points. Don't write in just bullet points. It's a professional answer that you're writing, not some class notes. So you will have to elaborate your answers properly in small paragraphs. Okay. And then it becomes a good answer, which we will learn over the course of our classes. How you can write, what you can write. Okay. And yeah, so that's the overall purpose. Copying, pasting works, giving headings, and then writing properly. Now I'll just show you what all these icons are and how you can use them. So this is reset a no-go button, I would say, because if you reset this, I'll just click on this. It deletes everything which is there. Okay, I just click on OK, and just everything vanishes. So you wouldn't want your answer to vanish in the exam. So you don't need this particularly unless you want to really erase everything that you've written. So I can do Control Z. Here, Control Z will work. You will get back. So don't stress or panic if it happens. Don't panic. You can just press Control Z, which is the undo button, and you'll get back your answer. This is the cut function. You can cut this, and if you paste it here, somehow this button is not working. Control V is working. This button is not working. I'm not sure why. But anyways, I don't want you to be using these buttons also. Please make use of Excel shortcuts, and I'm sure these basic things you'll be knowing. So cut is that if you want to remove this, Control X. Okay. I'm not using the buttons. The basic Excel shortcuts, they work. Excel and I mean MS Office options, they work here. I just pressed Control X and I'm pressing Control V here. It works. Okay. And if I want to copy it now, so Control C. Again, I go back here, press Control V. So it works. This is cut, copy, paste, but you don't have to use it from here. You can use your basic Excel shortcuts, Excel word shortcuts. This is undo button. Again, you don't need to do it from here. You can press Control Z on your laptop and it works equally well. So that is Control Z. And now if you want to redo it, what is the shortcut? Control Y. So I am pressing Control Y on my laptop and it is redoing whatever was undone just now. Then the bold function, again, you don't have to use it from here. You can select something, press Control B, and it makes it bold. You want to make it italics, press Control I. Okay. Then if you want to underline something, press Control U. So you can use your basic keyboard shortcuts. They will work here. Okay. So you don't need these buttons as such. Okay. Then this is a find button. If you want to find something and replace something, if maybe let's say you have made a common error or spelling error across your answer, that you can do. Or one more thing, I'll tell you one trick over here. So for example, I've written report to the directors of M company, but the name of the company was not M company. I've just written it. So I do a Control C, and across the answer, what I did is I followed this to save my time. I did this. So what will I do? Find M company and replace it with what? What was the name of the company? Let me just copy that first. Mahoney company. Okay. I'll copy this. Again, I'll just go back to my answer. If I want to do it, replace with Control V Mahoney company and replace all, or replace. Oh, it did it. First, you have to click find and then you can replace. So it just replaced it. M company got replaced with Mahoney company, and that you can do for your entire answer just in one go. Telling you just time saving techniques because the name of the company will normally be long. So you can just write it in one way, M company, B company, C company, and then you can do these small techniques because this is a functionality which is available here. Find and replace. So all of this I've told you. Strike through, not much of a useful option. So it is like this. If you select it and click on strike through, it will cancel out. But no point in using this. You can just delete a word rather than striking it off. It's not a pen and paper exam that you have to strike off. You won't need this. Just tell you that. This is a subscript and superscript function. So for example, I'm trying to write 4 to the power of 3. So one way you can write is like this. Okay, that you want to write 4 to the power of 3. Or else what you can do is select 3 and press this. So it makes it 4 to the power of 3. Again, you may just save your time simply and write 4 to the power of 3. That's equally acceptable. This upward arrow button is available on your keyboards. Shift 6 if you press, you will get it. Okay. That was superscript. Subscript you won't need. Superscript you might need. Subscript, so for example, if you have to write cost of equity, you can just simply write in. You can do one thing is you can click on this E and then you go to this and do this. It just takes up your time, doesn't get you any extra marks. You can just write cost of equity like this. It's okay. Examiner understands that you're trying to refer to cost of equity as KE. Actually, the way it is written is in this way, but it's an exam. I don't want to go into the specifics so much. So I'm just writing it as normally KE, which works. Okay. Again, next thing, clear formatting. So if I want to remove the formatting from here, I can just press it and the bold formatting or any type of formatting, it will go away. Okay. And while selecting, you can follow the shortcut, basic keyboard shortcut is you can press Control Shift right arrow. It selects the word, because if you just press Shift and arrow, it selects letters at time. So you can do Control Shift right arrow to select the entire word if you want to do something to it together. Then this is of no use. You'll be writing in paragraphs only. Don't change this. You can insert tables here if you want to write something. Let's say you're talking about the advantages and disadvantages in a tabular format. So let's say I insert this table with this much. Like I'll write advantages here and disadvantages here. So you can do that. This option is available to you. Okay. And here you can write in your bullet points, whatever you want to write, you can write. So this is available. And then left alignment, right alignment, not much of use because everything it's okay if you're writing in your left alignment only. But let's say you want to make this central alignment. So you can just select this, make it central. So that is something that you can do. But again, these are all, beautification measures, not much needed. If something is needed, that I would say is to give proper headings with bold and write down with in this format only, not much needed. Then this is a bullet point option available. So if you want to instead write this in bullets, you can use bullets, you can use numbered list, whatever you want, you can use that. This is about indenting. So if you want to change the indent, I want to move it towards a little towards the right. I'll just place my cursor there and I'll click on this. It changes my indent. You may or may not use it depending upon the requirement of your answer. So this is something which you can do. And this is print, again, not needed for exam. Are you able to understand all the buttons which are available over here? Please go through it. Anyone, if you want me to explain again, let me know. All okay? Perfect. So this is about the word processor as an answer script. It's very important to become comfortable with this. That's why I'm telling this to you in the first class itself, that this is what you have to prepare for. This is how your answer script is going to look like. This was for word processor. And I'll show you the Excel also, the spreadsheet. Very, very basic. And let me tell you one thing. I will tell you only those formula in exam which will work over here in your practice platform. And if someday you want to verify on your own, like I'm not sure whether what ma'am has told is right or not, I want to verify on my own. For example, I am calculating IRR. Okay, I'm putting random numbers here. Okay, this we'll be learning in the class. So I'm just taking this up as an example, and this is year and cash flow 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I want to calculate the IRR of this particular project. So I click equals IRR. If you press tab, it makes a bracket in Excel. So I've just done that. I'm telling you very basic things. If you know it, good. If you don't know it, just learn it today. So what I did is equals to IRR tab. It just opens up the bracket and I select all the cash flows. Okay, again, what I've done is shift right arrow, or you can do control shift right arrow. Again, close the bracket. So you see that it is giving me IRR of, if I want to present it as a percentage, of 21.4%. So let's say this was asked. So you can use basic Excel formula over here. Similarly, you can use NPV also. Let's say I'm using NPV function. NPV functions syntax you will need to know. Syntax, it doesn't come here. Like the way it comes in Excel, it doesn't come here. So you'll have to memorize the syntax. Formula can be used. So let's say discount rate is 8%, comma, and I select all the cash inflows. Shift and right arrow, select all the cash flows, close the bracket. I'm getting the present value of the cash inflows. You'll be learning the use of these formula. Don't worry. I'm just telling you that these formula work. So let's say you want to put it like this, or yeah, without any decimal, 137146. So you've got this number. This is the present value of cash inflow. So cash outflow is 1 lakh. So NPV is 37,000. NPV is 37,000. So this is something you can use in your practice platform. And don't worry, I will tell you only those formula which will work. So if I'm covering something in class, you can also trial and test it like this. You can open up any paper that you want, just try and test it out whether it is working. Okay. So this way I've calculated IRR using IRR function. I've calculated NPV using NPV function. So this is one thing. And what are the functions here? Let's understand that. Again, this is a reset function. You wouldn't want to use it, not doing it. Then cut, copy, paste, Control X, Control C, Control V. This is a format painter. So let's say I just want to format everything. Let me write down a number here. 1,560. I want to format it. I can do it. Copy and put it here. Format painter actually doesn't work if I remember. Doesn't work properly. So anyways, what you can do is just copy the format, but rather than wasting your time on all of these gimmicks, you can just format the way you want to, like this. Just select whatever you want to format together and format it. But this option is there, but I've not seen this working properly, so I'm just giving you as a disclaimer here. This is undo redo button. And if you want to maximize it, if you're not able to see it properly, you can just maximize it also. Or if you want to minimize it, that also you can do. Okay. Options may not get used this much. Let it be in 100% format only. It's properly visible. And then you can increase or decrease the font size. So if you want to increase the font size, again, not much of use. You can just let it be, but it is available. So I'm showing you not much of a use. As I told you, it's a very basic Excel. So I'll just do Control Z. So again, see, it's not doing Control Z of the font size. It's doing other Control Z. So just change it back using this one. Again, Control B, Control I, Control U will work. Here you have the option to color text. You can select whatever color you want to do. Again, not needed in exam. You wouldn't want to be doing coloring. So unless you want to highlight something, you can actually use it. But I wouldn't suggest using it so much. Just takes up a lot of time. So let's say you want to highlight this. This is something you can do. You can select the main answer what they had asked that you can highlight. So let's say I want to highlight it in some color. I've added some color to it. Okay. So this is something which I can do. Then again, alignment, left alignment, central alignment, right alignment. You can change it. Right alignment, you want to do that, you can do that. Then formatting the numbers, you can format it into as many decimal places you want. But best one is this one without any decimal. If you want to present decimal, you can present decimal also. Okay, this is something which you can do. Then this is for placing dollar symbol. Again, not needed. What I would suggest, if you really want to put dollar symbol, just press Shift and 4 and do it like this. Rather than going this way, telling you some time saving techniques, you can just do it in this way. Okay, wherever you want to place, you can just place it there, like that. And percentage sign, I just showed you only while I was converting it. You can use the percentage symbol over here. How many decimal places you want? 2 decimal, 1 decimal. You can do that. Fraction you wouldn't need. And what is this? Actually, time format. If you want to write something down in a time format, again, not much needed. You can simply write 1st November 2025. Okay, and just solve it. So this is the different options available to you on the spreadsheet. Now, please tell me anything that you're not understanding. If you're clear, let me know. If any element you want me to discuss again. Okay, one more thing I'll discuss. Sorry, I missed that. There is this format function available over here. So let me show you what that is. This one. So I'll click on format and format cells. Okay, format cells. Rest all formatting options are available to you only. Control B, Control I, Control U. Row height, column height that you can do. And so let's say you want to merge this. Then what do? You go to format cells and you go to alignment. That is not available as an option. Merging is not available. So as I told you, it's a very, very basic Excel. Some things work, something don't. So in fact, what I would suggest is after the class is over, you also spend some time navigating through these things, like what will work, what will not work. You will get a lot of answers to your question. Like, for example, like I told you, merge. I wanted to merge, but I cannot merge. But can I wrap text? Yes, I can wrap text. So if I do OK, it will do it like this. Again, not something which you would want. You can increase the length. This is something which you can do. You can just double click and it will do the auto adjustment. That is something you can do. It won't merge, but you can change the length or width of the rows and the columns. That is something you can do. Okay, again, coming back, format cells, what all is available. This, we have already covered the different types of ways in which you can write the number, the currency and all. You can do it from here only. No need to come to format cells. For format cells, you can come to it for wrap text, because all of the things like alignment, left, center, alignment, all of that is available on the main screen only. So you don't need to come here. And if you want to add borders, again, do not waste time on it. It's just for presentation that you can do it. So let's say I want to put it inside a border. Apply. What did it do? Then border. Apply. So this way, you can put borders across your tables, but do not do it because already these grid lines are there for you. So if you're placing something in the tabular format, it's getting presented in a tabular format already. So you may avoid it, but yes, if you ask me, ma'am, border option is available. Yes, it is available, but you may or may not choose it. That's on you. Are we clear? So all the aspects I've covered. The basic editing functions are here, and format cells, you can go to it for changing the wrap text part in alignment section, and border part here. You can add colors, different colored borders, but again, you have a timed exam. So don't spend a lot of time on these beautification things. Write properly in a neat format. I'm not saying just make it a mess, but don't spend a lot of time on beautification part. But all of these things are available to you. Now let me know if it's fine. If it's fine, then take your time, no hurry. Observe what is there and let me know if it's fine. Then we'll move to the next part. All right, Dipank, Rahul. All right. So that was about the spreadsheet function. So we have covered all the response option, the different types of exhibits which come, the requirements come, and in the same way, you can find other questions also for section B. Let's move to section B now. As I told you, there will be scenario based questions. So this is an introduction on little bready company. Now, see, like I told you that option to find and replace, you can write whenever you're solving, you can just write L company, and once you're done with your answer, replace L company with little bready company. I told you the question company names, they normally tend to be longer. So some techniques which you can use, right? So this is same response options will be same only. Let me just open it up. Same response option. Okay, requirements 25 marks here. If you see, here also there will be a split between theory and practical. So evaluate the financial acceptability of the investment in the office pods. Then evaluate using BSOP model. So BSOP is your Black-Scholes option pricing model. So using the BSOP model, do this and that. Okay. Then discuss, then advise, and then professional marks will be awarded for the demonstration of skill in analysis and evaluation. So as I told you, communication doesn't get tested in section B. You will see the other three skills. So all the other three skills got tested. So they may test 2 or they may test 3 skills. So in this way, you get 5 professional marks in this particular question. Again, there is a almost equal split. So here you will see like an 11 marks for practical part and some 9 marks for theory. But here practical part will also have to be supported by some theory. So you will see approximately 50-50 split across the entire paper for theory and practical. And the practical questions also are not like what the definition of this, what is the definition of that. I told you very clearly, you don't have to memorize things, but discuss the extent to which investment in furniture and equipment for schools and universities would represent diversification for little bready company. So it's very scenario based theory questions, very much related to the practical aspect. Nothing which is asking you to memorize things. You will not get this anywhere in the notes also that you can memorize. But it's something that if you're clear with the concepts being discussed in the class, you will be able to attempt these questions. Okay. So that is question number 2. Then moving to the next question, question number 3. So this way, similar type of exhibits, similar type of requirements. See here, very, very clearly what they have done. No discussion is required for part B. So this is purely a practical question. Here they have made a note. No calculations are required in part A. So this is purely a theory question. So 6 marks theory, 9 marks practical. And then again discussion question. So 6 plus 5, 11. Okay, 11 marks for theory and 9 marks for practical. Is it clear? Please confirm. All right. Okay, so that was a complete end-to-end paper discussion. So now you know what you're preparing yourself for. Okay. So this is the type of scenarios which will come, the type of questions which come. And whenever you feel like after the class also, just scroll through many papers. I've covered the June 2024 paper. Whenever you get some time, scroll through the different papers. What type of questions get asked? You may not understand the topic as of now, but when you go through these topics, I mean, whenever we do in the course of a syllabus, you will be able to relate to it better. But just for the time being, what you need to do is you need to understand what type of questions can come, what type of scenarios can come. For that, you can just come to this practice platform and go through it. And the the bigger purpose of using the practice platform would be to solve mock papers, solve practice exams, some past paper exams. So that will be giving you the edge that you need for getting the best marks that you can. Are we clear? So that was the ACCA practice platform. I'll come back to the deck. So we have covered the first one. Trainings from VGLD is the first resource that you need to use for passing the paper. Next is ACCA Study Hub. Third is ACCA CBE practice platform. CBE is computer based exam. That's the full form of CBE. So ACCA CBE practice platform. Right? Then the next aspect is ACCA examiner's report. I hope I'm not going too fast. All of you are with me now so far. Anyone having any doubts? Please let me know. All the three aspects that we have covered, are you clear? All good. Perfect. So on that note, let's now discuss the ACCA examiner's report. So ACCA releases examiner report and I'll show you where. So if you go to accaglobal.com, now let me show you some parts of the website also which will be useful for you. So accaglobal.com, if you go to student section, just hover over this, students, and you click on study support resources. You click on study support resources. And then scroll down. Do it along with me. Go to accaglobal.com and then hover over students section and then go to study support resources. And then you will be able to see this web page which you're seeing on my screen. Let me know when you're here. Do it along with me so that you're able to follow. Let me know when you have landed on this page. Yes, Deepak is there. Nikhil is also there. Reach there. Okay. Dipkesh, Vaishali. Yeah. Okay. So now you click on ACCA qualification. Click on this. Sorry. Mm. Click on ACCA qualifications. Okay, no problem. Then you can just follow on my screen, Vaishali. Click on this. And then this will open up. You click on AFM, Advanced Financial Management. Click on this. And then you scroll down. You'll see some exam resources over here. Okay. And just scroll down to the bottommost part. You'll see something here as pass rate. What does pass rate mean? That out of 100 students who appeared for the paper, 44 students passed in September 2024. So the pass rate here is of 44%. And I'm sure those of you who are coming from CA background would be feeling like, what is this? Some multiples of the pass rate that is there in the CA exam. And I'll tell you something about uh, the best part about this course is that unlike CA, you are not appearing for 4, 5, 3, I mean, so many 8 papers. If you're appearing for both groups, you're not appearing for 8 papers together. You're not appearing for 4 papers together. You can pick and choose the paper which you want to appear, right? And let's say you're picking up AFM for your March 25 attempt. And also there is no concept of group marks. I mean, your first group total marks should be this much, second group total marks should be this much. Nothing like that. It's very much specific to the paper that you're attempting, and that's what makes the students excel in these exams more. It's not like ACCA is easy or CA is difficult, nothing like that. The course curriculum is equally very advanced in both the courses. It's just that ACCA gives you the flexibility that you need. You can appear for as many papers you want, and there is no group concept here that you have to get so many marks in the group overall to pass the papers. Okay, so the pass mark here is about 44%. June it was 46, March 46, December 23, 45, and September 23, 45. So overall, you will see it trends around 45 to 45% on an average. That is, out of 100, 45 students pass the paper. Now, when you think about this is the global average. Particularly my students, I've been very blessed. I've been blessed with a lot of good quality students. The average, we have not even, I mean, we don't even be there. We're always above average and in the range of 70 to 80%. And that's what you have to continue in this batch also. And I'm sure if you're dedicated, you will also do it. Just follow the classes properly and you're going to be there. Don't stress, I have to do this, that, and all. Just follow whatever is being discussed in the class. And if I'm telling you to do something specifically, just do that. Okay. So this is the global average, but we are not going to be following the global average. All of you here in the class, you have to pass it. Okay. All right. Coming back. So why I am here on these are a lot of important things which you can use for your preparation. I'm walking you through the most important ones. So let me now show you the examiner's reports that I was talking about. I'm going to touch base on these two, okay? That is next one in the resources list is technical articles. So I'm going to touch base on both of these from here itself. So first is examiner's reports. So I'll just click on this. So what ACCA does is, so I was just showing you March, June 2024 paper on the practice platform, right? So what ACCA does is after every exam attempt, it releases the examiner's point of view on the students' preparation for the exam. Okay, like what they think the students did well and what they did not do well. So I'll just show you one of the reports. You can go through it in detail. You may not understand it a lot today because it's going to be talking about the topics in detail. But once you're done with the syllabus area, you will be able to understand this much, much better. See, general comments. Then question number 1, Mahoney Company, part A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then Little Brady Company. Then question 3 was Garnott Company. So general comments. This is the examining team's report on the particular question. So this is Section A, question 1, Mahoney Company. Format of the question, this was from the risk management section, hedging chapters of foreign exchange risk. So now they're telling you what this question was about. This was a scenario. Now, general comments of the examiners or the students' performance on this question. So what is it saying is, performance in this question was most encouraging. So students normally performed well in this question. In particular, many candidates seemed able to have balanced attempt at the requirements, and while some requirements were attempted less well, there were many requirements now. So some requirements were attempted less well. There were others, such as the multilateral netting, which were very well attempted. So now examiners are telling what the students did well and not well in the question. Okay. Now they're going to be discussing each part. What is their comment? It's not about giving you the solution. Solution is there on the practice platform only, and I'll show you where it is there. So answers are there. But it is talking about what the examiners feel. So this was worth 7 marks and as indicated required candidates to explain why countries might do this and the economic benefits that would arise. Performance in this question part was mixed. That means students did on an average this and that. And I'll tell you, the purpose of this report is to understand. So they will, if you read it in detail, you will understand the type of mistakes the other students did on this paper. Okay, maybe they mixed up the concept, for example, of depreciation, for example. Okay, so the examiner team tells you, and when you read this report, what you will understand is that, okay, these are the mistakes I have to avoid. Students generally do that. I have to avoid these mistakes. So I'll also, while I'm teaching you, I'll keep telling this, that, this is a common mistake, common mistake, common mistake. But otherwise, if you want to do a question specific analysis, go through these reports. It will really help you to understand what other students are doing wrong, which you would not want to do. Because it's the best to learn from other people's mistake. Now, why to make it on your own and then learn from it? If the examining team is telling you what others did wrong, what others did well, you can learn from it in this report. Okay. So this is a detailed review. You'll see that part-wise review has been done, what the students did well, not well. So this is about the entire paper. Then section B, question number 2, that has been discussed. So this is something which you can refer. So this is examiner's report. You may not understand much now, but after a few topics are done and a topic and a question is there from that topic, go through the answer and the examiner's report. You will learn a lot. Okay, so this was examiner's report. And the last thing which I have to tell you is that technical articles. So I'll just show you this, what it is. So there are some list of technical articles. Okay. For example, like, there is this topic called investment appraisal and real options. You're going to learn that. So this is again recommendatory, not mandatory. Anyways, you will learn about it in the class. Let's say you are very much interested and you want to further deep dive into that concept. You can come here and you can see if there is a technical article on it. So you can learn more in detail here. Okay, what real options are, how you can use it along with NPV. Very detailed discussion of the concept. Estimating the value of options. So you're going to be learning 4 different styles of options. So, learning in detail. You were seeing this now? PAPE, the BSOP model. So it's for real options only. So 5 variables are used in calculating the value of a real option using the BSOP model as follows. So if you want to learn in detail, you can definitely read the technical articles. So let's say maybe you're traveling on a metro, you're just having some free time, maybe you're having lunch alone and you want to spend some time reading. You can open any random, whatever topic has been covered in the class. Don't start reading any new topic. You might get a little confused later on. If a topic has been completed in the class and you want to read about it in more detail, you can open the technical article about it and read it if you're getting some free time. It will really brush up your concepts, maybe just give you some extra info also. But again, this is a recommendatory thing, not something that you have to do. You may do if you're getting time. Okay. So this is, they'll give you some questions also. Very, very simple examples to understand how this is a relevant concept. So this will be lengthy articles that you can go through. And of course, here also, if you're getting doubt, you can reach out to me and I will support you. But this is available on the on the ACC Global website. So what are the limitations, assumptions? Again, all of this you will learn in the class. If you want to do it in more detail, you can do it from here. Okay. So this was just one article. There are many such articles available. You can browse through the list of articles. See, so many. All of these red highlighted parts, these are the links. You can go through it. Or long list, topic-wise, that they have given you. Okay, long list. So this is the technical articles which are available on the ACCA website. One thing which I did not tell you, so the list of, I'll just come back. So this is complete. What are the top resources which you need to pass the exam? This is complete. Now, one thing which I did not tell you is that you have the answers to the questions also. So like this is the question paper which we went through. Here you can't see answers. This is just questions. So where do I get the answers? If you want to see the answers, I'll show you where you can get them. Click on next and you end the exam here. Click on yes. Again, are you sure you want to submit the exam? Yes. So once you're done, click on exit. You'll again land back on this page. And now if I go to mark section, click on mark and you will see this tab opening up here for you. Once you have ended the exam, then only you will be able to see this. So if you click on this AFM past paper, so I just submitted it today, right? 7th December. So now I can see it here and I can click on self mark. So you can see tab wise, okay? Question number 1, 2, and 3. You can see the answer which I wrote over here. As it is, it just comes here. And if you want to see the model answers, you just look at this part. Answers. And you can see the detailed answer being discussed over here. Rationale for protectionist. I'll just zoom out. 1 second. Rationale for protectionist measures, benefits from custom union. I told you to break it down. Wherever there is a connector word, break it down into two parts. You can see that in the model answer also. So that they have also broken down the answer into two parts. It just makes it easy for the examiner to follow. Give headings. I was telling you, give headings. So give headings, write in small paragraphs. So do not write in bullet points, write in small paragraphs so that you can get the marks. And let me tell you one more trick over here. If the question is of 7 marks, this question was for 7 marks, right? If the question is for 7 marks, endeavor to write in 6 to 7 paragraphs. What am I saying? If the question is carrying 7 marks, endeavor to write in 6 to 7 paragraphs. And they don't have to be very lengthy. You can see it for yourself over here. 2 to 3 sentences per paragraph, and that's it. 2 to 3 sentences. Okay? Each paragraph, and that gives you the marks. So what you have to follow, the rule, if the question, a theory question, is carrying 7 marks, you write in 6 to 7 small paragraphs, and it's not supposed to be lengthy. I'm not telling you write 2-3 sentences just to make the answer lengthy, just so that you are writing in crisp answers. Do not be repetitive. Do not write active and passive statements that I am Anushka Jain, my name is Anushka Jain, people call me Anushka Jain. These are not the 2 to 3 sentences that I'm looking for. First statement would be the fact, second would be the whys and the hows. Okay? Follow this approach when you are practicing papers, when you're practicing questions. Try to write down your answers in this format, how many marks are there, and accordingly you write it down. It will really prepare you from day one itself. I don't want to be telling this to you after the syllabus is over, when you're starting to practice for exams, not then. I'm on from day one itself, practice in this way so that you are well prepared and it doesn't come to you as a shocker. So this is the model answer, and that they have given over here. You can see in detail, complete detail that they have given. Detailed calculations also. Look at this. This is the complete answer. So that was for question number 1. This is for question number 2. So all the answers have been given together. This is for question number 2. Okay. And this part B. Then question number 3. Okay. Garnot Company. So question number 3A. Again, headings, paragraphs, headings, paragraphs. So in this way, you can get the model answer. And if you want to print this, you can do that also. Just when you're in the presentation mode, press Control P and you can do Microsoft Print to PDF and you can download that. Okay, you can download and save this PDF. Complete answer book, you can download like that. Okay. Are you able to follow how to see the answers to the papers that you've attempted? It's there on the mark section. Mark and then you do self-marking. You can go through the answers and see how you have written as compared to what was expected. Okay. Please tell me if you're with me. Anyone having any queries? This is the answer. Answer for all the 3 questions. Question number 1, 2, and 3. And that's available on the practice platform. If you want to do it on your own and see, you can do that. All good? Deepak is able to understand. Okay. Others also. Dipkesh is okay. Perfect. So all of you are good to go. All right. So with that, we have covered this slide in its entirety. What are the top resources which you need to pass the exam? And on that note, we will take a small pause here. We'll break for 20 minutes, refresh yourself, and be back, and we'll continue our discussion. We'll see you after the break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Let's continue our discussion. So the next slide that we have is the skills required to pass the exam. So a few of these things I've already covered with you. First one is practice questions on Excel or Word. So as I was mentioning that the exam is going to be a computer-based exam. So you have to practice on Excel and Word to be able to attempt it in the real exam. Please do not make the mistake of practicing on paper and pen and paper throughout and then going for the real exam on computer. It just doesn't help. Next is 1 idea per mark, quality over quantity. So as I mentioned, you have to write in 2 to 3 sentences. And those 2 to 3 sentences, what I have told you, the format, state the fact and then the why and the how. So this is 1 idea, complete idea that you're talking about. So that gives you 1 mark. And always remember, it is not about making the answers lengthy that I'm asking you to write in 2 to 3 sentences. That's the standard length, because I get this question from a lot of the students that, ma'am, how much should I write? So that's just to give you context. But the idea is always that you give quality answers instead of being repetitive in your answer. Being repetitive, it won't give you marks. Examiner just ignores those statements and they will, in fact, not give you good marks if you do that. Then use headings and paragraphs, already covered and explained to you. Then label and cross-reference workings. What this means is that so you're writing headings and you're writing paragraphs. Some calculation you have done on the the spreadsheet part. So you can write refer note 1 or refer appendix 1. So that type of a cross-referencing you can do. Then next is use formula. Some NPV, IRR. So these types of formula you can use. I explained to you the use of 2 formula. And that is what you will learn during the course curriculum also. What all formula you can use. Are we clear with the skills required? Please tell me what skills you need to pass the exam. Very simple. Okay. Practicing the questions. Then how much you have to write using headings and paragraphs, labeling and cross-referencing the workings, and using the different formulae. Now the next slide is about time allocation. And I'm telling you, this is a very, very critical slide because I have had so many students come back to me and tell me, ma'am, I knew everything that was asked in the paper, but somehow I didn't have time. And that is what happens when you do not manage your time well from the beginning. See, you have limited time in exam, 3 hours and 15 minutes. What I would recommend to you is use the first 15 minutes to skim read all the questions. You have to go through all the questions, all 3 questions, skim through it. Maybe not in detail, but just to understand which question is asking you what. Like when I saw the exhibits of question number 1, I could understand that it is asking about foreign currency hedging. So I understood, okay, that this is foreign currency hedging question. And then like that, you can go through all the questions and understand which question is asking about which topic. So whichever is your strength area. So let's say by the time you're done with the syllabus, you find that hedging is your strength area. And you see a question on hedging, suggestion would be that you attempt that particular question first. Because the order doesn't matter. You can attempt the questions in any order. Recommendation would be to attempt the easier ones first, or maybe the question which you find on the topic which you find strength in. Attempt that first to make you reach a comfortable spot with marks. Do not start struggling with the difficult questions in the beginning, thinking that, okay, now I'm with a freshman and all. Do not do that mistake. Attempt the easy questions first so that you feel that, okay, now I have appeared for 60-70 marks. Balance, I will manage and I will definitely pass the paper. That should be the thought process. Okay. So approach should be to attempt easier ones first to make yourself reach a comfortable spot with marks. Also, while you, I will suggest this later, mostly after the syllabus is over, that before the exam, you attempt some mock exams and follow different strategies for different mock exams. For example, one mock exam you solve by solving question number first, question number 1 first, and then section B questions. That is 50-mark question first and then the 25-mark questions. Another mock exam you solve by solving the 25-mark questions first and then the 50-mark questions. And which approach you find more comfortable, because different students find different approaches comfortable. Because students ask me, ma'am, on the last day, they will ask me, ma'am, should I appear the 50-mark question first or the 25-mark question first? It's no size fits all approach. You have to figure it out on your own. I used to find attempting section B questions first better because 2 questions are done. 2 different scenarios I've gone through and I'm done with it. And just 1 scenario left for the last moments of the exam. So that approach worked for me. And now you might be of the view that, okay, now I've completed a 50-mark question and now I'll focus for the remaining 2 smaller questions in the remaining time. So that is different. I mean, the approach, you have to figure it out, and that you can do when you are doing the mock exam, because this is the last minute strategy you can change, that which question, whether you want to go for section A questions first or section B. But overall, always remember, whatever it is, whether it is a section A question or section B question, attempt the easiest question first so that you reach a comfortable spot. And now, first 15 minutes are gone through skim reading and understanding the requirements. You read through the requirements carefully, the subparts of the questions. And then, how much time do you have? You have 3 hours. 3 hours translates into 180 minutes. And how much time you have? You have to write for 80 marks, remember. Because 20 marks are professional marks. You don't have to write anything specific for those 20 marks. What you have to write for is 80 marks only. So to allocate your time, multiply the marks for each question by 2.25 minutes. So 180 minutes by 80 marks. So section A, since you have to write for 40 marks, so 40 into 2.25, it will take you about 90 minutes. And each question in section B should take about 45 minutes. Ma'am, why are you telling us this? I'll tell you why. Because these 2 statements, these last 2 statements which you are seeing, it's very, very critical for time management, let me tell you. Because in exam, what happens, let's say you have taken up question number 2 as the first while answering. And 45 minutes have gone by, 50 minutes have gone by, 60 minutes have gone by in just attempting that question number 2. What happens? 1 hour is gone and you will now start getting into a frenzy that, oh no, I have overshot the time and I have very less time for the remaining questions. I need to rush through it. And in that rush, you do not write quality answers. Please remember, you're not going to get 26 or 27 out of a 25 mark very good attempted question answer. You will get maximum 25 only. So allocate every question its due marks. Do not overshoot on the timer for any question. Try to complete it within the allocated time. So section B questions 45 minutes each, and section A question 90 minutes. That's it. If you're not able to move complete it in that time, so let's say you started with section B question number 1, and you were not able to complete it in the 45 minutes, please pause it, complete the statement or calculation which you are doing, and pause it then and there. Do not start any new aspect of that question. Why? Because you need to move to the next question so that you're able to get more marks, easy marks out of each question. So that, if you're able to complete, let's say you were able to complete the next section B question faster, so you have some time left, you can again come back to it. Or maybe after you're done with the entire paper, you have some 5-10 minutes left, you can again come back to the question's answer. No one is stopping you that you have completed a particular question and you cannot come back to it. By the time exam is not over, you can always keep jumping from one question to another. But try to attempt all the questions. That's very, very important to score the marks. Otherwise, you will not be able to pass. Just think about it now. 50 marks out of a 60 mark very good attempted paper versus 50 marks out of a 90 well attempted paper. Okay. Where is the probability of passing more? 50 out of 90 or 50 out of 60? Where is the probability that you feel you will pass more? Of course, the second situation, 50 out of 90 gives you the more edge to pass the exam. Getting 50 marks out of 90 attempted paper versus 50 marks out of 60 attempted paper. Of course, the chances of you passing the paper will be higher if you have attempted for 90 marks. So you have to go with the target that, okay, I am gonna write for minimum 90 and maximum, of course, I will try to write it for 100 marks. That should be your approach. Do not go with the logic that, okay, I will attempt 60 marks very well. No one can deduct my marks. People can deduct your marks. Don't worry. So go with that approach. 90 to 100 marks I have to attend. And how do I do that? Prepare your strategy like I have to complete a section A question in 90 minutes and section B, each question 45 minutes. That should be the approach for writing your answers. Am I clear with the time allocation part? How you will do your time allocation? So whenever you're practicing also, so when we do question practice in class now, so I will give you some time. So let's say we are doing a 5-mark question, so I'll give you about 10 minutes to solve. Try to complete the entire solution in those 10 marks. Maybe initially you will not be able to complete even 30, 40, 50% of the answer. Slowly and gradually you will be able to complete the answers in the allocated time. You will see that progress in yourself during the course of the classes itself. But you have to keep these benchmarks in mind that, okay, I can give whatever is the number of marks into 2 or 2.25 to be precise. So when you follow that approach, you will be able to time yourself better and improve in time management skills. So this slide is completely on your time management skills, how much time you should give to each question. Section A question should take total 90 minutes. Section B, each question should take about 45 minutes, and that makes up your 3 hour, 1.5 hours basically for each section. So that will make up your 3 hours, and balance 15 minutes you have consumed in reading, skim reading the questions, understanding the requirements. Am I clear, everyone? Please confirm. Yeah. All right. And this brings us to the last slide of the orientation session, and that is the question verbs, something which I highlighted when we were going through the question paper on the practice platform. So the different types, I've tried to summarize a few commonly asked question verbs. So maybe there could be some like something extra, but mostly we observe these types of question verbs in exam. Let's understand what each of these verbs mean and what is expected out of you in the answer if this is a question verb. Remember, I highlighted calculates, evaluates, discusses. So that's a question verb. And each of these question verbs, they require you to answer properly in a specific way. So let us understand what that specific way is. So if the question is asking you to advise, you have to tell someone what you think they should do in a given scenario. Okay, if the question is asking you to advise, you have to tell what you think that that particular person, the marketing director, the sales director, whoever it is, you are giving the advice as per the requirement of the question, what you think they should be doing. Okay, that's verb number one. Verb number two is analyze. Break an issue into multiple parts and discuss the current situation. Okay, analyzes, you have to do a detailed breakdown of the situation and then do the discussion on it. So that is what you will do when you are writing an answer. Apply. So let's say the question verb is apply. So what you will do in that case, put a concept into action as per the question's data. So what is the question asking you to? Let's say it is asking you to apply the BISOP model. One of the question asked us on those lines. So you have to apply that concept. You have to put that BISOP model concept into action as per the requirements of the question. Assess. Judge the importance of an issue. How important that issue is. You have to assess that. Discuss. Argue about the pros and cons of an issue. So discuss normally comes along with the advantages and limitations. So you have to talk about the pros and cons of that particular item. Estimates or calculates is the same. So estimates calculate an approximate value, mentioning assumptions if any taken. So you have to do calculation when if it is asking you to estimate. Then evaluate. A balanced discussion of why something is right, something is wrong, and why it is so. Okay, so you're discussing about why the decision or why the recommendation of a particular director is right or wrong. So you have to evaluate what they are saying is right or not. Whenever the question is asking you to explain something, then you have to make the concept clear as if you are telling to a layman. Who is a layman? Someone who doesn't know anything about that topic. So explain is make a concept clear to a layman. And last is recommend. Recommend is same as advice. Same as advice. You have to tell someone what you think they should do in that particular scenario. So these are the different types of question verbs and what you should do if that comes in the question. Please read through all the line items. Go slow and tell me if you're fine. Anything that you want to ask, please feel free to ask. Go through it. Let me know if it's fine. Any point that you want me to discuss again, let me know. Clear? All right. So on that note, we will wrap up the orientation part and start with chapter 1. I'll open up the book. Give me a moment. So this is the first chapter, role of a financial strategy. Yeah. So role of financial strategy to achieve organizational goals. So why do you have a financial strategy? The strategy is in place so that you are in place to achieve organizational goals. A company's foundational vision guides its direction and values, whether explicitly stated or not. The corporate mission articulates the organization's purpose, clear aims, and goals. So it is the company's mission which guides the company's activities. Okay. So a financial strategy is there for an organization to achieve its goals and mission. Strategy is a plan for achieving long-term organizational goals. Corporate strategy. So there are different types of strategy. One is corporate strategy. The focus of corporate strategy is to have is on business sectors. So what is a company's business in sector it is in, how you are able to analyze it, the different environments in which the organization works. Unique abilities for creating value. Like, what is it that I can do uniquely as an organization that will create value for my shareholders? For example, launch of a new product. That's corporate strategy. Because you're going to see how much value this new product or new product range can create. So that's a corporate strategy. Then, capital allocation. How much money should be allocated to a particular project? Then, optimal structure. Optimal structure is like how much should be the debt, how much should be the equity in a company. And then risk, returns, and incentives. Like how much risk a company should take, what is the return it is expecting out of that, and the incentives for taking that risk. Like what will the organization gain by taking that risk? Okay. So corporate strategy, these are very, very senior level objectives or strategies. People at the highest authorities, they are involved in framing the corporate strategy, like which business sector the company should be in, what are the ways in which they can create values for the shareholders, how much capital should be allocated for a particular project. So let's say you're launching a new product range for creating value for the shareholders. So how much capital should be allocated to that? What is the optimal structure? That is the debt equity split. And lastly, risk, returns, and incentives. So if you're taking some risk, you are doing that with the objective of getting returns out of it. No one takes risks just like that. You must be thinking you will gain something out of it, and then only you take that risk, right? So that is a part of corporate strategy. Am I clear? So what is a strategy, first of all? It is a plan for achieving the long-term organizational goals. So what is it that the organization wants to achieve? And there are three different types of strategies. It's a breakdown of the strategy. First one that we have covered is corporate strategy. Okay. The second type is the business strategy. So the first few chapters now, they tend to be purely theoretical. So please don't get, swayed away that what are we doing? Don't think like that. It's just setting the foundation for the entire syllabus, and that's why it tends to be theoretical. Any chapter that you pick up initially, you will get a few theoretical chapters just so that you have a strong foundation to build on. So first is corporate strategy. Second is what? Business strategy. So business strategy is about supporting the culture which is envisaged by the corporate leaders. Then competitive strategies. So as part of the business strategy, you will develop those strategies which will give you a competitive edge. So as compared to the competitor, you are doing better, and that is a part of business strategy. And then SBU structure. What is SBU? Strategic Business Unit. You may note it down. SBU is what? Strategic Business Unit. So business strategy deals about how you're going to structure the organization. How many departments will be there in the company? So that all comes under business strategy. Okay. And third one is operational strategy. Operational strategy is business unit operations. Okay, just give me 1 second. Yeah. So operational strategy is what? How you're going to do operations, like the very core basic activities. So business unit operations, how the business unit is going to function, outsourced functions, like so what is it that you're going to do in-house. Let's say you want to outsource your salary processing. So whatever calculations are to be done, how it is to be done, you're outsourcing that to a third party. So that's a part of an operational strategy of the company, how you're going to do the basic operational stuff. And staff incentives, how you're going to keep your staff incentivized. So strategy number one, what is it? It's a plan for achieving the long-term organizational goals. How many types of strategy are there? Corporate, business, and operational. Corporate strategy is what? How and which sector you're going to be in. What is it you're going to do to create value? Which products to launch? What is the capital allocation that you're going to do for it? Optimal structure, like what should be debt and equity, and the risks and returns from a particular investment. Then business strategy is what? Supporting the culture which the corporate leaders have set, creating competitive strategies, and setting down the structure for the company, strategic business unit. And operational strategy is business unit operations, how each unit is going to operate. Then outsource functions, which function you're going to do in-house and which function you're going to outsource. And staff incentives. How do you keep the staff motivated? By giving them necessary incentives. So that is about the role of a financial strategy. Now, what is financial management? The objective of financial management is to achieve the financial goals through effective utilization and management of financial resources. Can you tell me what are financial resources? What are financial resources? The statement is that financial management, what you're going to learn in this paper, it helps to achieve financial goals through effective utilization and management of financial resources. I want to know from you what financial resources are. The available funds. Because please remember that the resources of an organization are limited. You do not have unlimited money, you do not have any unlimited resource. Whatever you have to use judiciously, right? So that is the whole purpose of finance, that you try you ensure that the organization achieve its financial goals with the most optimum utilization of the resources which an organization has. So that is the objective of financial management. And as part of your financial management function, you're going to be taking 4 decisions. You are going to be taking 4 decisions, and what are they? Investment decision, financing decision, dividend decision, and risk management. These are the key components. Sorry, I think my mic got turned off. Are you able to hear me now? Thanks for highlighting that. Yeah, okay. So I was saying, so what is the goal of financial management? It is to achieve the financial goals through effective utilization and management of financial resources that you as a finance manager are going to do. Okay. So, as part of your duties as a finance manager, you are going to be taking 5 decisions. And what are they? The 5 decisions that you're going to take are going to involve investment decision. Second is a financing decision. Third, dividend decision. And fourth is risk management. And there are, let me tell you, chapters dedicated only on these decisions. Investment decision, it will talk about investment appraisal. So, like I was mentioning, your concepts of NPV, IRR, all of that gets tested in investment decision and investment appraisal chapter. Second is financing decision. See, investing is one thing. So let's say you want to put 100 crores of money in a project. Okay. That's investment piece. Whether you should do that or not, that comes under investment decision. You have to invest 100 crore rupees. From where do you get it? Financing that project is known as financing decision. From where are you going to get those 100 crore rupees? That comes as a part of financing decision. So maybe you're going to get that out of your retained earnings. You might have some saved resources over time. You might not have resources and you have to raise new source of finance. So maybe through debt or maybe through equity. So that comes under financing decision. So investment decision is what? Whether you should invest your money in a project or not. And if you are going to invest that money, from where do you get that money? That comes under financing decision. Third is dividend decision. So let me tell you 2 companies, ITC and Reliance. Okay. Very common companies, very popular companies. If you uh, track the dividend history of ITC and Reliance, can you tell me which is the company which is very, which pays dividend regularly out of the two? ITC and Reliance, if you are aware about the stock markets a little, you would know the answer to this question. Anyone who tracks markets, stock markets? No idea. So let me show you something then. Let's come to Google and we'll see something. So ITC is trending at 472. Okay. So let's see more about ITC. What's the dividend yield? The ratio of annual dividend to current share price that estimates the dividend return of a stock. You can see the dividend yield is 2.91%. Okay. And let me tell you, very recently it paid dividend also. This is of February. This is of May. Let me open this. So it announced a final dividend after the book's closure. ITC announced a final dividend of 7.5 rupees per share. So ITC is known to pay a lot of dividend. And I'll tell you some more companies. BPCL. BPCL also pays a lot of dividend. Let me just show you for that also. So I'll come back to that again. ITC stock price, which we were seeing. So the yield was 2.91%. You remember? I'll just show it to you again. So the dividend yield is 2.91%. Right? And now let's see about BPCL also. Look at the dividend yields. 6.98%. These are heavy dividend paying companies. Then now let's take a look at Reliance. Look at this. 0.38%. It hardly pays any dividend. Hardly. Similarly, you can take at Idea also. Doesn't pay dividend at all. There's no dividend yield. The company doesn't pay dividend. Now you might think, why is it? Why is it that some company pays dividend and some company doesn't? It's about how much cash they have and how many opportunities they have in front of them. So I'll tell you context. If a company has some interesting projects to invest in, so it will use the retained earnings, the profits which it has generated, to invest in those business opportunities. Rather than paying that surplus cash to the shareholders as dividend, these companies tend to invest in those projects. So therefore, the dividend yield of these companies, they tend to be lower. First scenario. Second scenario could be that the company doesn't have sufficient cash. So from where will it pay to the shareholders? So these companies also, they do not pay dividend. Okay. So if the companies, now so this was from the point of view of Reliance and Idea. Now let's come to BPCL and ITC. ITC is in tobacco, cigarettes, and BPCL is in oil. Now, both of these sectors, these are cash generating sectors. Okay. These are cash rich companies. So maybe they do not have those opportunities in front of them which they can invest in, or maybe if they have, but still they have some cash left over to pay as dividends because these are cash rich, so they pay off heavy dividends. So please understand, there is someone sitting in this company, a professional accountant, who is taking this decision. How much dividend should the company pay, or should it pay or not? That's your role as a finance manager, and that's called dividend decision. Okay, I hope you were able to understand with these examples. Like, what is it that you do as part of dividend decision? Investment decision was what? Whether you invest in the project or not. Financing decision is, okay, you want to invest that money, from where do you get that money? Dividend decision is whether or not, and if yes, you're paying dividend, how much dividend should be paid. Okay, so that is dividend decision. And last one is risk management. Risk management is not to be seen in isolation. It covers all the other three decisions. Whenever you're financing, you have to understand the risks of having too much debt. Okay, similarly, if you are investing in a project, what is the risk of that project? These things are all cohesive, they all work together. Risk management goes along with all the three other decisions. Please tell me if you have understood what you have to do as a finance manager. What is your objective? You have to achieve the financial goals through effective utilization and management of financial resources. And what type of decisions you have to make? Four types: investment, financing, dividend, and risk management. Very detailed discussion, very small slide, content here, but very detailed discussion because we have chapters dedicated to this. Please tell me if you're fine. Perfect. So now let's break down the types of strategies that you can adopt as a finance manager. Okay. So please don't think that you have to memorize all of this stuff. Let me tell you, you don't have to. Okay. Just to build out that foundation, we are discussing this. So what are the different types of strategies? If something is to be memorized, I'll tell you upfront. The long-term strategies will be about the gearing decision. Can anyone tell me what gearing is? What do you understand by gearing decision? Absolutely right, Nikhil. The amount of debt in the capital structure of the company is called gearing. So gearing or leveraging, that is all same. It's about debt. Okay. So long-term strategy would be around gearing decision, like whether you should take loan or debt in the capital structure or not, whether you should be paying dividends, because please remember, although dividend is an annual affair, maybe twice a year, maybe thrice a year, you are paying the paying the dividend, but that decision has a long-term impact. And I'll tell you why. So, for example, I gave this context of BPCL being a very heavily a company which pays dividend heavily, and suddenly in 1 year it does not pay dividend. For X number of years, it has been paying heavy dividends, and suddenly in 1 year it decides not to pay dividend. Can you tell me if it will impact the shareholders or not? What do you think will be the reaction of the shareholders to this decision? Will they appreciate it or not appreciate it? Yes, it will definitely impact because shareholders have some expectations from the company. Maybe, an old retired person has invested their life's savings in this stock and they're dependent on the dividend income for their livelihood. And suddenly, the company does not pay dividend. They will get affected. And this sends out a signal in the market. It's called the signaling effect that, the company did not pay dividends this time. It means that the company is struggling with cash. Every year it had paid so, and now it is not paying dividends suddenly. Yes, Vaishali, you are right. It is the clientele effect because each company has a different type of clientele. BPCL will have more, safe investors who have put their money and now they want dividends from it. Reliance or Idea, they would be more, risk-taking investors. So this is a clientele effect because each company, they have their own types of shareholders. So maybe if I am like a very safe investor, I will put my money in BPCL. If I'm a very aggressive, very, risk-taking investor, I'll put my money in small cap companies also. Suddenly the change in dividend decision now, it will send out a wrong signal in the market and which you would not want. Okay. So dividend decision is also part of a long-term strategy, although it is being paid every year. Still, it is a long-term strategy because you cannot keep changing your dividend policy every year. You have to follow it and follow it in the long term. Then short-term strategy is about liquidity management. Can you tell me what this means from your general knowledge, what liquidity management means? What do you understand by liquidity management? No, it's not fund availability. Liquidity management, not day-to-day operation. You're there, almost there, but not absolutely there. You are right, Vaishali. Management of working capital. So Vaishali has taken classes of FM from me, so I can understand from where all those terms are coming. Um, Good. So Vaishali, you can also respond to everyone so that everyone can see the messages. Okay, and everyone, please, it's a request. Whenever you message it to everyone so that others can also read your messages. Yeah. So you're right. Liquidity management. It means how you are able to manage your current assets and current liabilities. So you have some payables towards your creditors. So let's say you've purchased raw materials, okay, and you have to pay them. So that's about your working capital management. From you have to have the debtors, you have to have cash balance to be able to honor that payment to the creditors. Okay, so keep that in mind. Liquidity management is the short-term management of funds towards the current assets and current liabilities. Next is financial resources. When you are dealing, when you are in, when you're doing financial management, you see like money available to the business. How much money is available, cash or credit lines. So you, as a finance manager, have to ensure that necessary or appropriate money is available to the company when they need it. Okay, so let's say you are having a lot of payables, but you do not have adequate current assets to support it. So you may need an overdraft facility. So it will be your role as a finance manager to get the necessary money to be able to honor the payments. Okay. Then used alongside other capitals to achieve strategic objectives. So you have to use the financial resources, the money, properly along with the other resources like human resource, the intellectual resources to achieve the strategic objectives of the company. Management of financial resources. It involves handling company assets and liabilities. So that is your role as a finance manager. And then you will have non-financial strategies also. It covers HR, marketing and product development, addressing human resources, then promotion and enhancement of offerings. So what are you offering to the customer? How you're promoting the product? So all of that gets covered under non-financial strategies, and you will also be involved in that. Because what is the salary being paid to the employees? That's not the partake of just HR department. It has to be signed off by the finance department also, because whether the company has that much money or not. So finance is practically, and I'm telling you, that's the beauty of the finance function, that it spans across all the functions of the company. You will be dealing with the sales team also, you will be dealing with the payables team also, you will be dealing with the marketing team, HR team, every team possible, admin team also. Because you have to be, it's not financial, not directly financial, but it is the non-financial impact of the different strategies which you follow. So that also comes under the purview of the role of a finance manager, right? Now, corporate objectives. So this was about the different strategies which an organization follows. So we are talking about corporate strategy in detail now. So corporate objectives in practice. So corporate companies may have diverse objectives, including profit targets. Like what is the target which they want to achieve? Profit targets. Then market share goals. How much percentage the company should have in the markets. So let's say to be a market leader, you need to have minimum 50%. Okay. So I'll just show you something again, telling you from practical experience. So very recently, the company Pernod Ricard. So Pernod Ricard, it was published 3 weeks back. So Pernod Ricard leads Indian spirit market with 26,773 crore revenue in financial year 24, making it the biggest, the market leader in the alcobev industry. Alcobev is alcoholic beverages. So I'll just show you. And any company which you work with, it will have some different market shares. Currently, like for this financial year, Pernod Ricard surpassed its competitors. Just sharing for context here. Pernod Ricard has become the largest Indian spirit maker in India in terms of revenue, with a consolidated sales revenue of 26,773 crores in financial year 24, pushing its rival Diageo-owned United Spirits. So Diageo stock is listed in India. Okay. Diageo's owned United Spirits to the second spot according to a regulatory filing. United Spirits reported a revenue of 26,018 crores in revenue from operations for the fiscal ended 31st March 24. Okay. So Pernod Ricard became the market leader in the Indian spirits industry. So this is about the market share. It's a corporate objective. It is, we pursue that within the company that, okay, we are currently at this much percent market share and we want to increase it. So let's say we are at 30%, we want to increase it to 32. And that's not just at the overall company level, it is tracked at the segment level also. Okay, so just to give you context, so so Imperial Blue is one of the brands of Pernod Ricard. Okay. So Imperial Blue is one of the brands of Pernod Ricard, and its competitions. So it belongs in the deluxe segment. So internally we call it the deluxe segment. And then we have the competitor, Officer's Choice Blue. Okay. So Officer's Choices of one of the other spirits and distilleries, which is Allied Blenders, ABD. Okay. So we track this at a segment level also, like what is our share in the deluxe, in the value segment, in the deluxe segment. So different segments that we have, and we track the market share at that segment level to understand where is their scope of growth. Okay, so that is, and similarly we have McDowell's #1. So these are all competing brands, and we keep tracking what is the share that this brand is having. Okay, so that was just to give you a context of what comprises the market share goal. So it could comprise the goal at an overall company level and also at a brand level. Okay, so which is my competing brand? What is my market share in that? Okay. So share price growth. This is also a corporate objective. Companies take on these objectives that, okay, we have to deliver a 2% growth in our share price, 5% growth in share price, whatever that is. So that is a goal which is taken. Then local and environmental considerations. So that is also part of corporate objective, that you track what is what are the local impacts of your business. Okay, you cannot be damaging the environment and just thriving your business. You can't do that. You have to be environmentally conscious, and that's part of the corporate objective. Then employee satisfaction. I'm sure all of you are working, so you'll be able to relate to this. Very often you would see employee surveys being taken. Correct? Like the Great Place to Work With is a common accreditation given on the basis of employee satisfaction. So these are on the basis of surveys which are done, and it is the objectives of the companies to ensure that the employees are satisfied. So they do not just keep changing jobs because they're not happy. Then this is setting, okay? Setting short-term targets. So setting short-term targets is basically you think, okay, that this is what we're gonna do in the next 1 year, next 5 years. So you set up those targets and pursuing long-term plans also that comes within the ambit of corporate objectives. Okay. Now coming to this, what are the types of objectives? Profit goals. So you have to boost the profits, and how can you do that? You can do that with cost reduction. So I was giving you the example of cost cutting, and for that you laid off the employees. So that was a profit goal which you're functioning, which you're pursuing from the financial point of view only. So just one example. So that is a profit goal that you want to achieve this much profit, and for that, what actions can you take? You can do cost cutting across maybe different verticals, not just employees, but different verticals. Maybe you are trying to reduce the cost of materials or something. Then surrogate profit goals, they indirectly aid profits. For example, a very contented workforce. That means you have a very satisfied, a happy workforce. When you have that, it boosts your profitability and you don't even realize that. Because when employees stick with you for long duration, they are aware about the business working, okay? And that gives them an edge as against a newly hired employee. So when you have such long staying employees, that boosts your profits indirectly, right? Next is constraints on profit. So you might have to put a stop on the, not just, you cannot say stop, maybe you have to limit the profits for ethical considerations. Maybe you're using too cheap a labor, or you're not paying your employees well because you want to increase the profitability. That's not ethical. You should reward your employees also duly, because they are working for you. So that type of a constraint can also be there for some companies. Okay. Or you might have some environmental responsibility to you have to spend towards the environmental regeneration. So that could be an example of having constraint on profits. And dysfunctional goals. So no long-term benefit. Okay. So what happens is, what dysfunctional goals mean is, okay, so you have decided that you want to become a market leader, and you're hell bent on it to achieve it by hook or by crook. Okay. And what the sales team is doing, that what they're doing to achieve it is that they're giving heavy discounts on their products. They're giving heavy schemes on their products, that okay, if you purchase from us, you purchase this many value of goods and I'll give you this much discount. So they're running heavy discounts. So this is an example of a dysfunctional goal, because pursuing this goal of market leadership is going to cost you profits. Okay. So the goals could be dysfunctional, and you have to be very careful whenever you do the goal setting, because if it is dysfunctional, it can be harmful for the company. Okay. So a company can pursue two approaches when setting the objectives: maximizing the aims for the best possible outcome, or satisfying aims for finding an adequate outcome. Okay. So you have satisfactory aims. so that you have an adequate outcome, or you have aims which maximize for the best possible outcome. So this is the different approach, and it's not like one is better or another is not good. It's not like that. Every company follows different types of goals. So for example, Tata Group was, it's more about doing a lot of, you must be knowing that Mr. Ratan Tata, he did a lot of philanthropic work. Okay. Crores and crores of money was disbursed for charitable purposes. So they were okay that, okay, we want to have an adequate outcome. We want to, contribute more towards the society. So that is the approach which they followed, and that's okay. It's nothing. There's nothing wrong. And Reliance maybe it just is more focused on increasing its own profitability. That's the objective that they are following. Nothing wrong with it. So different companies can follow different strategies, and there is someone sitting in the finance team who is taking decisions on regarding this. Okay. Critiques of profit maximization. That means what is the criticism around profit maximization? Neglecting stakeholders beyond shareholders. So when you are focused on profit maximization, you think only from the point of view of the shareholders. You do not see what is the impact that it's creating on another stakeholder. You give me an example of a decision which could be good for the shareholders but not for other stakeholders. I gave you one, do not repeat that. Tell me some other examples which could be good from the point of view of maximizing the profit, but it is having a negative impact on some other stakeholder. Give me example. Give me an example of. Okay, Deepak has given about tax evasion. Okay. So you are evading the taxes to save some money for the shareholders, but you are taking away the benefit of that money from government who could have utilized it for the welfare of the society. Vaishali says labor cost cutting good for shareholder, but it will increase their wealth, but bad for labor. Valid. This is the example which I also gave, that you are doing a cost cutting exercise by laying off employees. But in this pursuit, you are harming the other stakeholders and very important stakeholders, which are employees. Then another example could be, I'll give you more, that you are increasing the credit period of your suppliers. Tell me how it will impact the different stakeholders. I've given you one example. The example is increasing the credit period of the creditors. Tell me how it will impact the shareholders and the creditors. Correct. It will help for positive working capital. That means your liquidity will improve. Okay. And what you're doing in this way is that you are refraining the creditors from having their money on time. Okay. Because you are delaying the settlement towards the creditors. Absolutely right. You are keeping the money for the company. You are improving your liquidity. But in this way, you are denying the facility of credit or money to the suppliers. So your credit period was 30 days, but now you're increasing it to 60 days, meaning to say earlier you were paying the suppliers within 30 days and now you're increasing it to 60 days. So what happens in that process is that you are keeping the money extra for 30 days, but you do not have, your supplier doesn't have that money. So it will have a negative impact on them. Okay. Then overlooking societal concerns. Societal concerns is you do not care about your environment. So I'll give you some example here. Okay, you give me some example of companies which openly flout the environmental norms. I'll give you one example. You tell me one. Give me some examples of companies which have flouted. I'll give you from my experience. So you can see some images here. Coca-Cola bottles being found in the oceans. And I'm just giving one example here. So many, plastic bottles you will find and how they are just building on to the waste in the environment. Okay. So they set such type of goals also. Coca-Cola sets goal of 25% reusable packaging by 2030 because so many bottles, plastic bottles are getting generated. Okay, so the company has to show that proactiveness towards preserving the environment. Okay, so one more is around, yeah, water. So what they're doing is it has been in the news about for using, misusing, or abusing the use of water because Coca-Cola is what? Maximum part of Coca-Cola is water. And when they use water, it is filtered a lot. And in that filtration process, a lot of the water gets wasted. So in that, what is happening? You are wasting the natural resources in your filtration process, and it's a long process. A lot of water gets wasted. Okay. So Coca-Cola has been actually, been in the news for depleting. So I'll tell you, I'm not sure it was an old example. I mean, Kaveri River. It was in the news for there was some allegations, legal issue against Coca-Cola for using the water of Kaveri River. Okay, so then I think they have got the relief. It was of 2017 only that I'm talking about when I was working with Coca-Cola that we were aware that it was facing some issues in the local plant in South India for the water issues because the comments were saying that you are using up the consuming up the already scarce water of the Kaveri River and that's gonna impact the environment. So they had done some legal case against it. Also, there have been issues of legal issues against Coca-Cola for the leakages around the factory premises. It was given a very heavy notice of some crores of rupees. I don't remember it now, because there was some leakage of chemicals in the farms near the factory. Okay. So this happens and it comes out in the news. If you are, if you go through the news articles, business articles, you will see these types of news keep coming. Okay. So you cannot overlook such societal concerns. You are functioning in an active society. You have to respect it as a company, right? So you cannot just be focused on profit maximization. You have to see what is the impact that your actions are creating on the society and on the environment. Unlisted firms may not prioritize maximum returns. So if your company is not listed, what do you mean by unlisted and listed? Listed is when you're listed on the stock exchange. And when you're not listed on the stock exchange, it is called an unlisted company. So unlisted firms may not prioritize maximum returns. So mostly what happens is it's the listed companies which are in the pursuit of profit maximization because they want to increase their share prices. So unlisted companies, they may not be at fault over here. They may not maximize the returns. And closely held firms may prioritize owners' livelihood and lifestyle over profits. What it means to say is that closely held firms means private companies. Okay. So private companies, they are more focused on improving the lifestyle of the directors or the shareholders. It's not just about the money, because these are only the owners. 4 5 individuals of a family, they will start up a company. They're like, okay, this is our money only, and they want to maximize the overall lifestyle that they're enjoying. So that's about the critique of profit maximization, that you cannot neglect the stakeholders beyond the shareholders. Okay. Now moving on, maximization of shareholder wealth. Very, very important. And it's so important that I'll keep repeating it throughout our syllabus. What is the ultimate objective of financial management? If anyone asks you, it is maximization of shareholder wealth. Very, very clearly, whenever you are doing financial management, you are doing it for the maximization of the wealth of the shareholders. That is the ultimate goal that is to be pursued for a profit making company. Okay, just give me 1 second. Yeah. So, what is the ultimate objective of financial management? It is maximization of shareholder wealth. So maximizing shareholder wealth guides decision making. Any decision that you're taking, being in a profit making company, the ultimate objective should be, the ultimate decision making guide would be that, okay, this should maximize the wealth of the shareholders. If it is going to deteriorate the wealth of the shareholders, then this is not the right decision. So when you say shareholder wealth comprises dividend and the share price growth. So shareholders earn in two ways. One is the increase in the value of the share over time. And second is the dividends which the company pay on the shares. So what is the reason that you prioritize maximization of wealth? Competitive returns is future finance raising and growth. When you maximize the returns for the shareholder, it makes it easy for you to raise finance in the future from them, because shareholders know that, okay, this is a good company, it's creating wealth for me. So if you ask them for further investment in the form of equity, they will be willing to do that. So competitive returns is future finance raising and growth. Non-competitive returns lead to inevitable decline. If you do not give good returns to the shareholders, your company is going to decline over time. Shareholders are not going to pump in more money. Then third is legal duty of directors to run the company for shareholders. It is the obligatory duty. As part of your duties as a director, you have to run the company for the shareholders. You are just agents for the shareholders. As directors, you are agents of the shareholders. It's called agency theory, and it will come later in the syllabus also. So it is the legal duty of directors to run the company for shareholders. And then assumption that shareholders, especially institutional investors, aim to maximize wealth. Who are institutional investors? Like mutual funds, insurance companies, these are all institutional investors. So these shareholders, they aim to maximize wealth, to give rewards to their stakeholders. Okay. So, what is the ultimate objective of financial management? It is the wealth maximization of, or you can say maximization of shareholders' wealth. Just remember this always. And what is wealth? Wealth you is represented by increase in the share price plus dividends paid by the company. And what is the reason that you justify the maximization of wealth is so that you can raise funds when you need it. So let's do an activity now. Question is, discuss whether the maximization of NPV will always maximize shareholders' wealth. You may reference to payback and the issue of long versus short-term returns in your decision. Okay. So you are not aware about a lot of these terms. I mean, you may be aware, but I have not covered it in the class. So I'm just assuming that you don't know anything about it. So I'll cover the answer with you. Normally, whenever we have activities in the subject, I give you some time to solve and then you do it. So on this question, let's do it together only because I've not discussed NPV in detail. I've not discussed payback in detail with you. So let's do it together. So what is the question asking you? Whether the maximization of NPV, it will always maximize the shareholders' wealth. So NPV, it links directly to the amount of shareholder wealth created or destroyed. However, it does not always capture the value of real life flexibility and choice, which we are going to study later. So it does not factor, NPV does not factor the real options, such as the option to expand. NPV can also give an erroneous result if capital or some other resource is rationed. In such cases, the NPV per unit of a scarce resource should be maximized. So directors should also consider short-term factors when considering projects. Issues such as liquidity. Now you know what liquidity management is. So issues such as liquidity and insolvency may mean that a viable long-term project is unwise if it bets the company or creates risks that may mean the company does not survive to see the long term. So you have to consider the short-term factors along with the long-term factors. Now, what is payback? Payback measures how long it will take for the surplus cash flows of the project to repay the original investment. It ranks investment with a short payback period more highly than those that take longer to pay back, but it ignores cash flows after the payback period. Meaning to say, I'll just explain it to you in simple. Let's come to Excel for that. It will come later in the syllabus also, don't worry. I'll cover it with a very, very simple example with you. So you invested 1 lakh rupee in a project. In year one, you got 40,000 back. Year two, you got 45,000 back. Year three, you get back 60,000. Year four, you get back 27,000. And this is project A. And similarly, you have one more project, project B. So let's say these are two projects which the company has. Calculate the payback period of the two projects. Give it a try. Calculate the payback period of the two projects. How would you calculate? Tell me, what is the payback period of project A and B? Everyone, please give it a try. All right. So let me show you how it is done.
So what you have to do is look in which year you're going to surpass the initial investment. So you made an investment of 1 lakh rupees here. You made up to 2 years, you made 85,000, and in year 3, you've made 1,45,000. So it is between year 2 and 3 that you were able to get the money back which you invested. What is the amount that you invested? 1 lakh rupees. So your payback period will be something 2 years and some months that you took. So in 2 years, you were able to recover how much? Balance to be recovered in the second year is how much? 1 lakh minus 85,000. 15,000 is what you have to recover in between the second and the third year. So that is 15,000 by 60,000 into 12 if you're solving in months. So that is 2 years and 3 months. That is the payback period. Okay. What does it mean? It means that it took this project 2 years and 3 months to get the initial investment back. To get back 1 lakh rupees, it needed 2 years and 3 months. Now, similarly, I'll solve for the other project. So somewhere in between year 1 and 2 only, if you see, in year 1 it earned 70,000, in year 2 it earned 60,000. Somewhere in between year 1 and 2 it earned 1 lakh. So the payback period will be 1 year and balance. Sorry, this will balance to be recovered in the third year. And here, balance to be recovered in the second year. How much do you need to recover? So you have invested 1 lakh rupees. And how much do you need to recover? You need to recover 30,000 more. So I'll deduct 70,000. 30,000 I need to recover more. So 1 year and 30,000 by 60,000 into 12. So that is 1 year and 6 months. And here the payback period is 2 years and 3 months. If you see very closely, the cash flows which both of these projects are generating is same. 1,72,000 here and here also 1,72,000. But this project is having a payback of, and initial investment is also same. But still, this project is having a payback period of 2 years and 3 months. And this project is having a payback period of 1 year and 6 months. Look at the numbers on the table, on the screen in the table, and tell me why it is happening. Tell me why it is happening. Observe the tables and tell me why is it that cash flows of both the projects are same. Initial investment is same. Then how come the payback period is different? Think and answer. Absolutely right. The cash flows of project B, if we see, it is higher in the initial years. Okay. Absolutely right. Now, with this basic background, see, payback period as such is a topic of the FM level, but I'm just discussed it in brief with you so that you're able to relate to the points better now. Now, have a look at this. What was the statement? Payback measures how long it will take for the surplus cash flows of a project to repay the original investment. So we did two projects. It ranks investments with a short payback period, that is project B, more highly. So we said that okay, we'll want project B highly than those that take longer to pay back, but it ignores the cash flows after the payback period. Okay. So now project B just considered the cash flows up to this. Now, what were the cash flows after that? It did not even consider. Maybe, let's say, I'm just changing the numbers here. Here it is 5,000. Here it is 2,000. Okay. If you were considering evaluating these two projects on the basis of payback period, you would have chosen this one because it is giving me my money back 1 lakh rupees in just 1 year, 6 months. Right? You're not even considering what the cash flows are because your calculation stopped right here. And you do not even consider what the cash flows are in the later years. So that's a drawback of the payback period concept, that although this project overall is giving me 1,72,000 versus 1,37,000 here, still this project will get chosen if we were evaluating on the basis of payback period. Why? Because it is giving me my money back sooner. So this is called a very short-term thinking. Okay, that you're thinking only from the short-term perspective. So now read it again with me. Payback measures how long it takes for the surplus cash flows for a project to repay the original investment. It ranks investments with a short payback period more highly than those that take longer to pay back, but it ignores the cash flows after the payback period. In this sense, money now has a higher value than money later, which is something that payback measures. So in a very simple way, it is just giving importance to the recent year cash flows, year 1, 2, whatever the cash flows are, it is giving more importance to those cash flows. Payback also captures, to some extent, the value of the reinvestment option. The sooner capital is returned, the sooner the company can choose where to reinvest that capital. In a highly dynamic environment, whether that volatility is driven by political, technological, or other issues, that option will be particularly valuable. So whichever project is giving me my money back sooner, I can reinvest it wherever there are more prospects now, because today's world is very dynamic. It is very volatile. Some things keep changing every now and then. You must be seeing that globally there are so many, wars and battles and, some sort of thing you will see in the news every day. So that is what is creating volatility in the market, and you will want to cut it down, and that is possible if you choose a project with shorter payback period, but then you are living with the drawbacks that the method does not consider the later year cash flows. Okay. So what was the question asking us? Discuss whether maximization of NPV will always maximize shareholders' wealth. Can we say that yes, it does maximize shareholder wealth? However, there are some drawbacks to this method, and that is it does not consider the real option value. Ma'am, what is real option value? We have a proper chapter to it. We will cover it there. Then it is saying that you should make reference to payback. We have understood payback from the examples and the issues of long versus short-term returns in your discussion. So how payback period favors short-term returns and what is the benefit or demerit of that we have covered in this answer. Now, please tell me if you are clear on this. Anyone having any doubt in the solution or understanding the question? Go through it. No hurry. Let me know. Rahul is clear. All right. So Vishali says the rationing part. So what it is saying, I'll explain again, is that if you have limited funds, okay, so although the NPV of a project is higher for, let's say, project B, but you do not have that much funds, you cannot take up that project, right? So in light of the limitation of funds that you have, you may not choose a project with the highest NPV, and therefore you may not maximize the shareholders' wealth. That is what it is saying. So just read it with me again. However, this part I've told you it will come later, real option. NPV can also give an erroneous result if capital or some other resource is rationed. That means you have limited money. In such cases, the NPV per unit of scarce resource. So you should actually look at maximizing the NPV per rupee or per dollar of investment that you're making, which is, you might have solved the questions on PI. Remember, we used to do capital rationing, and then we used to calculate profitability index. That is what it is talking about. That NPV may not be the right decision technique if there is limitation of funds. In that case, you need to look at PI, profitability index, which will come later in the syllabus here area here also, but it is a topic of the FM subject. Understood? All right. So that was activity 1. Now let's move to the next topic, communication to shareholders. Effective communication and strategy play a crucial role in implementing financial policies and achieving corporate goals. When engaging stakeholders, consider internal versus external. So you have to differentiate between internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. Ma'am, what are they? Let us cover it in some detail over here. Let's come to Excel. So the stakeholders, they can be of 3 types. Remember this always. So the stakeholders can be of 3 types: internal, external, and connected stakeholders. So internal stakeholders, how do you understand who are internal stakeholders? Stakeholders who are inside the company's premises. Okay. Examples: employees, directors. These are internal stakeholders. Okay. Then we have external stakeholders. I'll come back to this. Then we have external stakeholders. They are not related to the company, not directly related to the company, but they are affected by the company. For example, government, local community, the people who are living in the area where your factory is set up. So those are external stakeholders. Then comes the connected stakeholders. Who are connected stakeholders? Directly related to the company, but they do not sit inside the company's premises. They are directly impacted by the activities of the company. So examples are shareholders, customers, vendors. So these are known as connected stakeholders. And in some classifications where there are just internal and external, connected stakeholders are placed along with internal stakeholders. Mostly 3 bifurcation of the different types of stakeholders is considered. And what are they? Internal, connected, and external. Internal stakeholders are those stakeholders which are inside the company's premises, like employees, directors. Connected stakeholders are those which are directly related to the company, but they're not sitting inside the company's premises. So examples are like shareholders, customers, vendors, right? And third is external. They are not directly related to the company, but they are affected by the company. Okay. So like government, local community. Please go through it. Is it clear? Very simple topics. Go through it. Let me know if it's fine. All right. So now having this knowledge, let's read this point again. It will make more sense. So you have to differentiate when you're communicating with the stakeholders, you have to differentiate between internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. So who are you connecting with? When you're doing any type of communication, see whether they are internal stakeholders or external stakeholders. Then second is power and interest ranking. Identify stakeholders based on their power and interest in the entity's activities. Regular communication is crucial for high power, high interest stakeholders. For this, I'll show you one video on YouTube. So there is a terminology called Mendelow's matrix. It is a part of your APM syllabus also. But just to give you context, so the point mentioned no, that you should see what is the power of the stakeholder or what is the interest of the stakeholder. So there is a concept called Mendelow's matrix, which covers this aspect. Okay, so I'm gonna present this video. Have a look at it, and I will again come back and discuss that particular table. Everyone, please have a look at this stuff. So that was a video on the power and interest of the different stakeholders, I will do one thing. I'll just put it here also if you want to study it later so that you can relate to the topic. The video went a little too fast. I'll put it across. You can understand from here as well. Give me one moment. Huh? So this was the metrics, and it said, let me elaborate this for you. If a particular stakeholder, everyone please listen to me carefully. If a particular stakeholder has a high interest and they have high power, they are known as key players. Okay, these are very important people. What you do is you have to ensure that they know about everything and they are supporting the views. I'll put up the slide for perspective each of these cells. Next is what? People who have a high interest, but they do not have a lot of power. So you have high interest in low power category, that's known as keep informed. You have to keep them informed. This is the type of communication which you do with them. And then there are people who have high power, but they have low interest. So you keep them satisfied. And then there are stakeholders who have low power and low interest. So you give them low priority. Okay. So that's the Mendelow's power interest matrix. Okay. And who these people are, I'll put up the slide for that also. So first one that we have is So these are the high power and high interest people whom you should monitor very, very closely. These are the key players. Okay. So it could be upper management, directors, or major investors. And they have the power to stop or pause a project they're not happy with. And they are very involved with decision making. So they're very closely associated, and you should monitor them closely. Right? Next, we have high interest and low power type of stakeholders. So, what do? You keep them informed. I'm talking about this one. You keep them informed. Who could it be? It could include the employees of the company. This group doesn't have a say on business decisions, but they do have a keen interest in them. So be sure to hear out their opinions and suggestions for improvement. Okay. So that is about this category of stakeholders. Now I'll just put across the part for the other two also. So these are the low interest, high power type of stakeholders. It could include local governments, and they may have the power to change laws and legislation, but will likely have minimal interest in your organization. You keep them satisfied as you never know when they could move to the high interest and high power category. Okay, so this is the low interest, high power category. And lastly, let me put across for the low priority also. Okay, so this is about the Mendelow's power matrix, and it helps in guiding what type of communication you should have with the different types of stakeholders. So this one is the low interest, low power. These people don't have the influence to impact your business and are not interested in doing so. And there's no need to engage or inform this group, but you should monitor them in case their status changes. So these are low priority individuals. Please tell me if the Mendelow's power interest matrix, very, very simple metrics just to classify the stakeholders into different categories for the purpose of communication. So what type of communication you should keep with the key players? You should monitor them very, very closely because they have the power to stop or pause a project. Then high interest, high power, what you should do is you should keep them informed. Then low interest, high power, you should keep them satisfied. And low interest, low power they are lowest on the priority list. Okay. Please tell me if the Mendelow's power matrix is clear, power interest matrix, and then I'll bridge it back to the discussion that we were having in the book. Go through it. Let me know any part. I'll zoom it out so that you can view it completely. Take a look at it and let me know if it's fine. Everyone? Deepak is clear. Take your time, no hurry. All right. Everyone is okay. So on that note, now let me bring you back to the book and tell you why we discussed this. Where can you categorize public shareholders? Okay, let's try to solve this question. So Nikhil is asking, where can we classify the public shareholders? So tell me, do they have high power? No, because they are minority shareholders. They'll be holding very less number of shares, so they do not have a lot of power in the company, right? But are they interested? Yes, very much. Being a shareholder of a company, you will be interested. So it is the case of high interest, low power, you keep them informed. And that is why you will see companies publish financial statements for all the shareholders. Correct? So they will come under this category, keep informed. Understood, Nikhil? All right. Now you read this point, it will be so crystal clear to you. Identify stakeholders based on their power and interest, like we just identified shareholders. In the entity's activities, regular communication is crucial for high power, high interest, that is the senior management stakeholders or the key stakeholders or the key investors. You will have a regular communication with them. Internal, external, you understood the three different categories of stakeholders. Then you understood now the power and interest metrics, Mendelow's metrics, and how your communication style suits to which part of the metrics the particular stakeholder belongs to. Okay. The third one is communication purpose. Clearly define the purpose of communication, whether it's attracting new business, changing attitudes, providing information, raising awareness. So why are you doing this communication? It's just FYI, that is for your information, that, just to provide you awareness, or something is changing that may impact them, or you require a decision out of that information, or supporting a policy position. So what is the purpose of the communication? That should be identified in the communication also, that this is for your information. We would appreciate a response, or whatever it is, whenever you are communicating with the stakeholders, it should be clearly identified. What do you want out of it? Okay, why are you doing it? So that is communication purpose. And next is Appropriate medium. Choose a medium that balances communication needs. Example, confidentiality, urgency, with stakeholder preferences, respecting their time and requirements. So I'll just bring you back to Excel here. So information now, it can be of three types. You might also be dealing with it in your work life. So information could be confidential, it could be internal, or it could be public. So confidential information is about the company's crown jewels. If it were to get out of hands, this information could cause severe reputational and financial harm to the organization. Okay. Examples are company's strategy. Okay. Then internal information. Information that would cause moderate risk or harm to the company if it was leaked to the outsiders. The intention of this information is for internal consumption only, but somehow if it gets leaked, then there could be some damage, but not as damaging as the confidential information. Can you give me an example of a confidential piece of information which is very popularly discussed about Coca-Cola? Can you give me an example? What would be the most confidential information for Coca-Cola? Think. Absolutely. Very, very popularly, you would have heard that the Coca-Cola recipe is a secret. What mix that they have, it's a secret. Correct? In fact, I'll just show you some images. So in the Atlanta office of Coca-Cola, so there's a vault. I don't know if they have the images. Yeah. So there's a vault, and it's actually there in the Atlanta office of Coca-Cola. There's a vault where the recipe is preserved. And I guess there are just two people who are aware about this recipe. And these two people, they are not allowed to travel on the same flight. Okay. So that the recipe doesn't go away with them. If something happens to the flight, it doesn't happen to both of them together. So these two people, they're not allowed to travel in the same flight. And this is a vault where the recipe of Coca-Cola is preserved. Okay. So what would this be? This would be classified as confidential information. If it gets leaked, then the entire reputation or the business premise of Coca-Cola gets shaken. Right? So let's come back. So confidential information is company's crown jewels. If it were to get out of hands, this information could cause severe reputational and financial harm to the organization. Second is internal information. So information that would cause medium harm if it were to get leaked. Corporate policies and guidelines which the company is following internally, that comes under internal information. And public information is information published on corporate website. And that's available to all. It's a public information. It is available to all. Okay. So now coming back. So clearly, you should choose a medium that balances the communication needs. Will you put confidential information on a newspaper? No. But will you put public information on the newspaper? Yes. So choose a medium. The way you are communicating, choose that medium that balances the communication needs. Example, confidentiality, urgency. Okay, another. you have a very urgent communication to make. Will you do it on email or on phone? Which medium would you choose? If you have to make an urgent communication with the stakeholders, which medium would you choose? Definitely phone. So when you are communicating with the stakeholders, you should take a look at this also. Like, what is the purpose? I mean, what type of information is it? Is it confidential or public? Is it urgent or okay? So, with stakeholder preferences, respecting their time and requirements. An organization enhances awareness and understanding of its strategies and policies through a board adopted public information policy. So every company will have this information policy, and I'm sure if you're working, you will also be aware of it. A lot of emails are marked like that. This is for internal consumption only, or internal circulation only. This is highly confidential, outlining information disclosure and stakeholder consultation practices. So there are guidelines around this, and if you flout it, you may face some punitive charges by the company because it is very crucial for them. Okay. So these are the things which you should keep in mind when you're communicating with the stakeholders. What are they? Number one, are they internal or external? Number two, what is the power and interest ranking of these stakeholders? Number three, what is the communication purpose? Like, why are you communicating with them? And fourth is appropriate medium. Okay. So, so annual report is a public information that is put on the company's website. This is the classification of information, and it is relevant when you're doing communication with the stakeholders. 1 second, I'll just see what these videos are about. This is, we'll cover this later tomorrow. We'll talk about money laundering, and this is also money laundering. All right. So on that note, now we'll pause our class here for the day, and we will continue with the discussion tomorrow. All right, Vishali says, I've completed my skill level papers. Should I apply for jobs now or after completing all the papers? And I have no experience yet. What type of skill enhancement course can I take to the included in the CV? You can start hunting for jobs now. You can, by specifying that you've qualified the skill level papers. So you can start the hunt. It's okay, and don't get disheartened if you don't get the job immediately. But you can just keep looking in the sideways while you're preparing. And what type of skills of what excites you, like maybe finance is exciting you, or maybe tax is exciting you, so that you'll have to judge and accordingly look for a job. So it's too soon. Just take it easy right now, and then accordingly just if you get something good, then go for it, right? Dipkesh is going to be traveling, no problem. So plus do watch the recorded lecture during the week so that you're able to catch up in the next class. Okay, Dipkesh? All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in today. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Bye bye. And please take care of yourselves. Thank you.